So, good morning and welcome to round 7 of the 2025 Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship being held here at Teesside Autodrome. And as you can see from the picture on screen there, it is very, very damp out there today. My name's Danielle Koenig and I will be with you for today's racing that we've got here over on TNL Sports. We are making sure that we'll try and get as much of this racing covered for you here today, but as you can see, weather is going to be a challenge for both us and the riders. If you're not already, make sure you are following us over on Instagram at the British_Supermoto, and make sure you also follow us on Facebook as well, the British Supermoto Championship. And if you're not already, the live stream on TNL Sports on YouTube, so that's TNL_Sports. And for everything else, there is the website, BritishSupermotoChampionship.com. So, coming up next, we should have our championship standings. And as this is the penultimate round of our 2025 Trips.uk British Supermoto Championship, this race really counts. So here is our academy standings. On pole it is the number 41 of Ed Darnton on 338 points. Second place we've got Archie Reynolds, third Max Rhodes, fourth Tyler Clark, and in fifth is Cole Reynolds. Next up it should be our novice championship. We should be able to see their championship standings coming up very shortly. And there they are. So our novice championship is currently being led by the 59 of Dan Billum, who's really out there in front on 342 points from the number 63 of Kevin Crowthers, who currently sits in second in that championship. And then in third is the newcomer Adrian Dealey there. Fourth we have Dean Clark, and in fifth it is Liam Pearson on board his Automotive Solutions KTM 250. So that championship still... those remaining positions in that championship, other than first, is definitely still up for grabs. Clubman is being led by the 311 of Jake Sayer, and it's not too much of a gap back now to the 53 of Simon Burgess. Third place we have the Trips UK rider of Chris Lambourne. Fourth place it is Blake Wilson, and in fifth again another youngster, Luke Armitage, rounding out that top five. And then it should be our all-important Trips.uk Elite Championship coming up very shortly. Now, there is one man who can win this all today out in front, and that is the number 74 of Chris Hodgson. So the number 378, if he has a good weekend, he may possibly wrap up this championship here at Teesside around early. In second place, it's the 217 of Richard Sharp. Third, Alex Mullaney. And then we have the number 7 of Jamie Duncan in fourth. Fifth place it is his teammate 54 Richard Blakeman. So we aren't going to be able to show you Superpole from first thing this morning, just because of a few technical issues we've been having. However, we will get that posted a little bit later on, so we will have that on later for you. Coming up first off, we should have our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C riders, and there they are, sat in our holding area, all looking very damp, and they're just being released out onto the circuit by Robin, who's in the holding area. Alongside me for a few races today, I do have Rick Owen. So Rick Owen is currently, you're not racing at the minute, are you, Rick?
No, not.
But you've decided to come in here and have a chat with me.
Well, it's warm, isn't it? So yeah, I'll see how this plays out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm glad I'm not out today. It's horrendous.
I'll be honest, I'm the opposite. I love it when it's like this. No changing wheels. It's wet, that's it. You just need to find some grip. But yeah, no, a lot of mixed feelings about the weather today.
Yeah, I think the new off-road section where they've tarmacked it, I wasn't a big fan of it when I walked it yesterday, but it does look like it's worked. The mud isn't transferring across to the main racetrack. They're getting a lot more grip than they were getting last year.
Yeah, that is true, and I think it has shown that there's less mud being dragged onto the circuit. So here are our C Group riders getting released out onto the circuit. On screen there, the 74, that's Craig Loud on board his pit bike. He's had a really good qualifying. He's qualifying 19th in this group with the big bike, so well done to him. I will still wind him off that Randa Kid's bike, but that's fine. On pole in this one, we should be seeing the 159, the Bathmate rider of Jason Laycock, and you can see him just there on the inside here going into that first corner. Alongside him, it's the number 6 of Dean Clark. He's been having a good championship so far. Currently in our novice championship, sitting 4th, as we mentioned. At the moment, we are just looking for our academy riders to be released out. There's one of them at the back. One that we're missing for the time being is the number 5 of Archie Reynolds off that front row. So we'll just have to wait and see whether he gets himself out in time to make it for the warm-up lap. Row 2, we're going to have the number... row 2 will have it headed up by the number 58 of Max Rhodes. He is on board again, another 85, but he's been having some great battles in our Academy Championship. So the riders now all getting their warm-up lap, and you can see just how wet it is out there at the minute. It does look like the rain has eased up slightly. It's stopped battering it down, hasn't it, Rick?
Yeah, it's not as bad as it was, but it's still really misty, so the track's still getting wetter. The puddles are just going to get worse and worse. We get through the flip-flop, it's terrible. But it doesn't seem to bother the riders very much, they're just going full pelt for it.
Yeah, I think Supermoto is one of them. The weather doesn't really put them off all too much. So just going through that infield section, just trying to get an idea of where we've got those big puddles. There's the 184 of Farron. So Farron Young, we've missed him for a few rounds. He's out there on his beta. Doesn't look like he put in a time for qualifying.
I'm not sure what happened. I went to talk to him, but I didn't see him.
Yeah, so there is, I think that was Jason Laycock, first one through the off-road section. A lot of riders opting for that outside berm and really going wide up there.
There's a massive puddle on the inside going through that berm, so I wonder if a lot of riders being put off by that.
Yeah, possibly. Especially these sort of novice riders newer to the sport. This off-road section can be really, really challenging for them. So we'll just wait for them now all to come through. This is their opportunity now to get one last look at the track and maybe plan some lines that they're going to take. But again, I'm sure you can attest to this. It all goes by the by as soon as the checkered flag goes. You'll have one plan in mind that I'm going to take this line, and as soon as you get to it, there's someone on the floor and you've got to change it all up. Yeah,
it never goes straight forward. You just hope. You plan a route off the start point, you bike at a gap, and it's luck of the draw whether that gap's still there when the light goes off.
Yeah, at the minute we've still got an empty spot on the front row, which should be getting filled by the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on board his Automotive Solutions 85. So we'll keep an eye out on that one, see if he does take up that position, because in all fairness to him, brilliant qualifying, being top 3 in our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C Race 1. So again, well, looks like that position is empty. Got a little bit of position changing at the back there. That was the number 770 of Tony Gould. But it's waved red flags at the front, and riders now pointed to the start lights. And away they go. It looked like a great start there for Jason Laycock off the line.
Bad start by Dean Clark. We'll see if we can get up the inside here.
Yeah, he's been swamped in the middle there, and he's dropped about 4 places.
It's always tricky on the first lap, you don't know where to push.
Yeah, I think that was also a cracking start for the 95 of John Oakes there. Bathmate team boss going around the outside of a few on South Bank, so up to 3rd. And it is still Laycock that leads us. Then it is Tommy Sayer there, I believe, in 2nd with that black jacket on. But Laycock trying to extend an early lead, and we'll see just how much water there is on these puddles. Big splash there.
Worst part of the track, this. The standing water.
Yeah, so it is Laycock, Sayer and Reynolds. Then it's Clark down to 4th after his front row start. And then we all know how slippy this area of the circuit can be. It looked like Jono was trying to run around the outside there of Sayer.
He's pushing.
He is, he's really pushing. Jono's one of these riders that he's really smooth, so this wet conditions won't be phasing him. So up the step up, right, that wasn't Jason clearing that Bathmate step up on that occasion, but I think this wet will be putting them off.
I think that's the secret to doing this off-road section. If you can clear the first step up. Oh, someone's down, Sausage Steve's down.
Yeah, that was Steve Smith down there on board his 671 Husqvarna, the Goon Squad rider. He's dropped it there at the top of Skid Row.
Laycock's pulling away now.
Yeah, another rider on the move there. That is Ian Rogerson, I believe, in 4th place there. 4th or 5th, just behind the number 6 of Dean Clark. A rider with, I'm sure, plenty of off-road experience. So he's pushing on there with that bright yellow helmet on, I believe. And then back out towards South Bank. The number 16 of Tommy Sayer trying that road race style. keeping the feet on the pegs, which is brave in these conditions, I think it's
brave,
fair to say.
Yeah. Dean Clark hanging in there. I don't think Rogerson will mess around. He'll be straight through in a couple of laps.
Yeah, I think Rogerson may wait until they get to the off-road, though. I think that's where he'll be trying to line up a pass, either in the off-road or just after.
Dean Clark trying to make a move around Tommy there.
Yeah, Tommy not giving him an inch, though, and then managing to get the power down on that KTM as they come out of that really soaking wet chicane with those big puddles.
All three of them good off-roaders, so it's could be anyone's through the off-road. No one's going to pull away there.
Yeah, a rider that I don't recognise the name of out there at the minute. Currently sat in 5th place, the 89 of Corey Leggett. A rider that we'll keep an eye on. Oh, one of our mini bike riders down there on the infield section.
First
Mark
ride back
Beatson.
east. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Dean Clark trying that inside line, but not able to gain on the 16 of Tommy Sayer on that one. It all bunches back up as they make their way back onto that tarmac. There's Dax Almond, another good ride from him at Oliver's Mount. He's currently sitting in 7th place on board the 97, but fastest lap goes to the 133 of Jason. Goes to the 159 of Jason Laycock with a 133 on that last lap. So
he's gone now,
he's out in front with a 4.4 second lead. But this battle for second is the one we're really interested in.
Yeah, Dean Clark's going to be especially interested in getting through to the B because his nephew Tyler got through. He's the last man on the B grid, so he's going to want to be up there with him for the next race.
He is, and Dean there taking a nice wide line, just not allowing the 162 of Rogerson to try and nip up the inside, but there's nothing in it between these three.
They're so close.
It is. So it is still Sayer from Clark, then Rogerson, and then it's Leggett behind.
Looks like the rain's becoming a factor on the visors now. They're all wiping the goggles.
Yeah, it does look like our weather is saying the weather is only going to get worse, which I didn't think was possible this morning, but apparently so.
At least it's consistent. Everyone's on the same track, aren't they?
Same track, no messing about changing tyres, there's none of that in between.
Oh, Dean nearly lost it then.
Yeah, bit of a moment down at Skid Row for the number 6 of Dean Clark, and has that given Rogerson the confidence in it round the outside? It has, so he's made a pass now up to 3rd place, and he's taking that inside. I think you might be right there, he's putting the pressure on, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just not able to get close enough to make a pass as he took the inside to outside line. But again, showing a wheel to Sayer as they exit the off-road and back out onto that tarmac. Is he looking up the inside? There's just not enough room at the end there for Ian Rogerson as he tries to find a way through on Tommy Sayer.
Who's come up behind Dean now?
Yeah, so behind Dean, that looks like the 89 of Corey Leggett. I'm sure I'm going to get corrected on the pronunciation of that one, but not a rider I'm familiar with.
I think he's been out for 2 years. I was talking to 2 lads this morning that were trying to find the holding area, and I think he was one of them. He looked very good in qualifying, like he knew what he was doing.
Well, as long as he looks like he knows what he's doing, that's half the battle, really, isn't it? So, again, pressure on here with Sayer. He's covering those inside lines, and we've just got a little back marker there getting out of the way.
Mark Beeston again.
Yeah, back down this start-finish straight. Got another one of our mini-bike riders there, just pulling over to the side, letting these riders through with 4 laps remaining. I think we have an idea that it'll be Rogerson trying to line that pass up again through the off-road.
Yeah, if he takes the inside, he'll probably get in this lap.
Yeah, Sayer not.
But Dean's still there, isn't he?
Yeah, Dean is definitely still there. Rogerson alongside as they go up the step up, but is he able to make this inside line work for him?
Dean's gone wrong.
Yeah, mistake there from Dean, and that's allowed Corey up into 4th place. Just behind now, Tommy Sayer as Ian Rogerson does that pass that we were expecting. Yeah, nice and straight through there. Nice clean pass, as clean as it can be through that off-road.
Yeah, no dramas. It's frustrating with 3 laps to go when someone comes past you when you think you're going to make it through to the next group up. But that's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. But it's also worth mentioning it'll be our top 2 riders that will move up to the B group for race 2. So as it stands, that will be the 159 of Jason Laycock and the 162 of Ian Rogerson. Fastest lap, however, went to the 95 of John Oakes, who currently sits in 6th position, our Bathmate team boss. He managed to pop in a 1 minute 32.912 on that last lap, so he's got a little bit of a way back to the 6th of Dean Clark with this battle they've been having at the front, so he's about 5 seconds adrift.
But they might be tripping each other up. He might be on the back of them in a lap. You never know.
Yeah, that looked like exactly that as you said it, as they were going through that hairpin. Tommy Sayer tripping up Corey.
Rogerson's on the move now. He's gone, hasn't he?
Yeah, we've got a yellow flag out, so that makes me think we've got a rider either down at Skid Row or it's potentially for that rider that's at the side of the track. So we'll just keep a close eye on that one.
Is that one of the mini bike riders?
Yeah, it looks like it. Again, this really tricky section of this circuit, Skid Row, it's even slippy in the dry, never mind the wet, so these riders all doing really well to get around there.
We'll see what it's like tomorrow. With the dirt not being dragged on it, it might be fantastic now.
Corey looking really fast there up to the step up, and it's managed to pull away through there on Tommy Sayer. Absolutely nothing he could do to defend that place. It was just that Corey was carrying more speed on board what looks to be a Yamaha. We don't see many of them out there.
There's not too many.
No, our notorious Yamaha rider is Dan Spencer, and he's definitely not shy on the brakes there with that bike squirming underneath him under braking into that first corner.
It looks like it's all coming back to him.
It is.
A couple of years ago.
And is Dean Clark going to try and find a way through here on Sayer? He's definitely showing him a wheel. So out in front, the lead that Jason Laycock had of over 4 seconds, that's been diminished down to 2.8, as Ian Rogerson's now taken fastest lap, almost 2 seconds a lap faster than him. So with only 2 laps to go, it could be a battle for that first place position right to the very flag.
Oh, Jono's on now, look.
Yeah, Jono's really closed that gap up, and he's trying to find a way through there on Dean Clark, which he has done, round the outside on the hairpin, so great pass there from the 95. That promotes him up to 5th place. Yeah, I think that waved yellow is just for that pitback rider at the side of the circuit, so I think that's one that we can disregard. There's no one off down there. There's our current race leader. That is the 159 of Jason Laycock, the Bathmate rider. He's now coming under pressure from, there he is, Ian Rogerson. So Rogerson there with the white helmet on.
There's no need to push. You might as well stay in second and just go through to the next round.
You say that sat here, but if that was you out there, Rick, you know for a fact you want to win by a lap.
I'll be upside down when I'm in the grass.
Yeah, and I think that is what Ian Rogerson's going to be trying to do now, keeping the pressure on. Last lap flag is shown, so the yellow flag with the black cross through it. So it will be now or never for the 162 of Rogerson. He's closed the gap up.
I think he's going to have a go.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have a go here, I think. Quick look over the shoulder there from Laycock.
Didn't expect that, did he? Didn't expect that at all.
No, I don't think he expected him to be quite so close. I think he thought he'd run away with it a little bit. So Rogerson not able to nip up the inside there. Laycock doing a good job of covering the inside. And again,
the line difference is massive, isn't it? Rogerson's ever so slick through the dirt as well, so he may well catch him in there.
He is. Watching though, Jason's putting that bike exactly where it needs to be. So if Rogerson was going for a pass, he is sending him the long way around.
We've got a back marker in play now though.
Yeah, we have. That is a back marker. That is the 770 of Tony Gould. So is he going to get out of the way?
Oh no! Oh, what a waste.
Oh, so that shows just how slippy it is up there. So Laycock just spun the rear up. He will be fuming. Looks like he may have gone down there on that collarbone, but he's up. So trying to get to that bike. Now that has handed this race win to the 162 of Rogerson. It's also allowed Corey up to second, which means he'll be going up to the B's if it stays as it was on that last passing.
A fantastic first race back after a couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. So got one of the marshals there giving him a round of applause as they come through the off-road. There's Rogerson across the line.
A wheelie.
Little bit of a wheelie. Oh, looked like he took the last lap flag again there.
I hope he knows his...
Yeah, it should be checkered flag out now, I believe. We've got a little bit of a mix-up there on flags, but Rogerson, he's got over an 8-second lead on Corey, the 89 on the Yamaha. So he's just cruising. He might continue round on this last lap. It might be a timing issue that we've got here, but it is showing that he has taken the checkered flag. There is the Goon Squad rider, Sausage Steve, as she said. He had a little bit of an off. Oh, we've got a circuit red flag. I think that's what's happened there. So I think there's been an issue. So we're just getting all these riders to stop at the closest marshal point. and then we will attend to that fallen rider. It may potentially be for that fall that we saw from the 159 of Jason Laycock.
Goes right in the way, won't he? So
yeah.
won't
If he
surprise
couldn't
me.
get that bike moved under his own steam, it might be the case we need to send someone just.
It's a little bit blind there as well, isn't it? You come around the hairpin straight into a bike laid down there. It's quite dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think the camera really captures sort of how much of an elevation change that is.
Oh, it's so steep.
Yeah, it's really steep, and it's sort of off camber as well. So as you come up, the front wheel sort of almost gets sort of light as you're trying to turn on that hairpin.
Yeah, I like going the other way.
Yeah, me too. I'll be honest. I prefer it run the other way around. I quite like South Bank either way, though. South Bank's one of those corners, very much like Luna, where when you're going round it, you feel like you're not going that fast. You feel like there's always more you could get out of the
Just
corner.
hold on and pin it.
Yeah, just try and you can always go wider as well. That's another thing.
It doesn't really seem to matter, does it?
Yeah, you can always go a little bit wider. As it stands, it was the 162 of Ian Rogerson that took the checkered flag, but we will have to confirm with timing whether those results will stand just with that red flag. There are our riders sat on track. There is Craig Louth, so at the checkered flag, he was in 19th. Yeah, pit road rider with that
Fantastic effort on 160.
Yeah.
There's 2 or 3 of them out there, aren't there?
Yeah, we had a few out there. So 1, 2, we had a retirement. 3. We've also got some academy riders as well out there. So that is Jackson Bennett that you can see with that black and gold helmet on. Jackson Bennett, let's have a little look, see where he was sitting. He was sitting in 8th place, so he was having a good little battle with Dax Almond. Only 0.8 of a second separated them as they crossed the line. So looks like these riders are being sent back into the pits.
There's Ollie Granger back from injury, one of the cranked up riders.
Yeah, another one of your riders.
Yeah, first one this year, broke his scaphoid.
Ooh, no fun.
That puddle there, look.
Yeah, Granger, he was in 6th.
Yeah, good effort, yeah.
That one.
I'm sure he'd like to be in the B group with Sean, though.
There's always going to be some team rivalry, I'm sure.
Always.
Good ride there from the 95 of John Oakes. He was pushing well, and to hold the fastest lap for a couple of laps there as well shows
cracking
he had
ride
the
that
pace.
was.
Yeah.
Caught up with him, didn't he?
It did. So out in the holding area, that is our B group riders. So that should be our Race IQ B group for their first race. So it looks like that's the 53 of Simon Burgess. He sat there. Let's have a quick look, see if we can see the grids for this one. And like you said, rounding out this group is actually one of our academy riders, Tyler Clark.
Yeah, fantastic ride by Tyler. I'm sure he'll hold that over Dean for a very long time.
I think that's only fair. He's earned the bragging rights. So
Simon Burgess put on the front row in the B group.
He has. He's 4th.
Yeah, I believe that bike's completely stock.
Cracking ride there.
Yeah.
I watched
Absolute
him
animal.
at Oliver's Mount a couple of months ago in the August for their Barry Sheen Festival ride. The Supermoto did an exhibition, and unfortunately Burgess just couldn't stay on.
That's standard, yeah.
Yeah.
Fast between crashes.
So there is our starting grid for our Race IQ Supermoto B Group Race 1. So on pole we do have it's showing Ian Rogerson. That's our that's our C Group grid, that one. So we'll disregard that one. On pole for this one, it will actually be the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, and I will just say a big congratulations to Kyle and his partner. He's just become a dad very, very recently. So Kyle out there, new dad. So very big congratulations to him and Cara. In second in this one, we've actually got another one of our elite riders. It's the 58 of Craig Forshaw. So he's on board that Automotive Solutions Honda. We have to make it clear, it's very much clear it's a Honda that he's out there on. And then in third place, it's the 111 of Duncan Wright, the Scotsman, on board. I believe he's on his TM still. And then, like you said, it's Simon Burgess rounding out that front row.
Yeah, I think he'll come through, Simon. Be 1-2.
We sometimes see, especially with these wet conditions, this B group being a good mix of riders that have either had a really good qualifying where they're not normally, and riders that are normally really quick in the dry drop down from our A's. So we always get a good mix.
Yeah, the rain's a fantastic leveller for racing.
It is. Yeah, it's the riders that sometimes got away with daring moves on the brakes or really hard on the throttle. You can't really do that here. Little wave there from Duncan Wright as he is released out onto the grid. There's Jason Slater, James Wood, Dan Billam. He's currently our novice championship leader. Billam starts this one in 9th place. He does actually have another novice rider out in front. It's the number 38X of Harvey Ward. He made his first appearance with us at Oliver's Mount at the last round on a borrowed bike from the injured Paul Groom. So he's decided to come and have another crack at Supermoto, which is good to see. There he is in the Trips UK leathers. He is starting this one from 6th place, so he's just on that second row. And alongside him is teammate Jason Slater. There's your teammate, the 164, Sean Jones. He's in 18th on this one, so he'll be looking to move forward.
Qualifying that was.
Yeah, really
Tricky
good qualifying.
Conditions.
Looks like Liam Pearson's having some issues trying to get that 250 turned round.
We've got a dealie on his new Goon Squad Yamaha as well.
Yep, that's the 555. You can see him there just on the inside.
Both Simon and Aid were fantastic in the off-road section this morning, both clearing the step up without any problems.
Yep, and he's just come off the back of riding at Farley Castle motocross last weekend. I know a few of the goons went, didn't they? There's
Luke
the one.
Armitage there on the back as well, second row.
Yeah, we've got Luke Armitage there as well. He's there on that black and yellow, I believe it's a CP Motorsport machine, that one. So we'll just wait for these riders to all get themselves gridded up, and then they will be released for their warm-up lap once we're ready. So Kyle Eccleston, we've seen him at the yeah, we've got the 255 of Kyle Eccleston on pole for this one. One of those riders that's excellent through the off-road. So we'll see if these tricky conditions he's able to keep it in front of the 55 of Craig Forshaw, but like you said, the rain's a leveller and it also can definitely throw a spanner in the works, like we saw with Craig, with Laycock on that first one going down.
Yeah, just having a look at the standings, I see Jake Sayers in 13th. We'd expect to see him on the back of the A group, really, so maybe had a machine problem, I'm not sure. Let's see how he comes through.
Yeah, true. Another ride that you'd expect to see a little bit further up. In 15th, we've got the 99 of Andy Hayes. So he's back racing on board his Oliver's Mount KTM. So the last couple of weekends, he's been busy being an event organiser rather than a competitor. As they had their final round of the Oliver's Mount Championship. That was last weekend for the HMH Civils Steve Henshaw Gold Cup. And I believe those races will be streamed live on ITV4 in the upcoming weeks. So if you're interested in your road racing, there was no Supermoto at that event for this one, but there was definitely some cracking racing there.
I'm sure there'll be more in the future. Andy's well up for it, isn't he?
Yeah, Andy definitely wants more Supermotos and more racing happening at Oliver's Mount. So
it's something different to watch as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like these riders are just sort of being held.
Not frustrating in the rain because you've not had your tyre warmers on, so you're not really bothered about the tyres going off.
You wouldn't believe it. Some people do mental tyre warmers where they put them on anyway.
I understand warming the rim up, but by the time you got from where we are in the paddock through all the puddles to the holding area, they're cold anyway, so I don't see the point.
Some people have it in their head that it does heat the core of the tyre and get the temperature of that, but I mean, even if it does, the surface of the tyre is going to then be cold and you've got differences there, which to me doesn't sound very nice.
There's Rig. He must be looking in his pocket for that £50 he owes Sean James for beating him at Oliver's Mount.
Yeah, Jamie Wrigglesworth at number 98. He always puts on a great show for us. Jamie Wrigglesworth, he's starting just inside the top 10. He's in 10th place. Here's what the delay is for. So where Jason Laycock went down, it looks like we've had a spillage. So that's more than likely a fuel spillage, probably from an overflow. So we'll get some down there, get some concrete dust. I think that is the popping on it. So Robin will likely have been letting the riders know about that. So when they come round, they look for it. And once they've seen it, they should be fine.
It's not going to do a lot on the water, is it? It's but you'll be able to see it. I mean, if I was to pick one place I wouldn't want anything spilt on the track, it'd be right there.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it'd be just a little bit further down when you're trying to get on the power coming out of that corner. It's so treacherous. It's hard to try and convey just how slippy it is unless you've ridden it. Like, that corner, I don't think there's an area on a circuit, other than Rowra in the wet, that is quite as slippy as that.
Yeah. Terrible place in the rain.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to someone about racing at Rowra in the wet and trying to explain that, you know what a racing line is, you don't use them. Just avoid them at all costs and you should be okay.
They might as well have all of the track, haven't they?
Yeah.
Looks like we're off now, another sighting lap.
Yeah, so these riders will all get one warm-up lap. And this will give them the opportunity to maybe even try some new lines. It's not uncommon to see the odd rider dropping it in a warm-up lap, is it?
No, I mean, you can't have a line on the first lap, can you? Just try and find a space and protect it.
Yeah, absolutely. But does it look like the rain's easing ever so slightly, maybe? Doesn't look quite as bad.
It's hard to tell on the screen, isn't it? You can't really see out the window, so it's...
I
don't think a lot's changed, has it? It looks a bit brighter. There's Plopper.
Yeah, I
know.
know.
Where did Plopper qualify?
So, Liam Pearson, fondly known as Plopper, the 150, he's currently qualified in 16th.
He had the biggest crash I saw this morning. He face planted the berm and actually broke his glasses that are underneath his goggles. He did his hand guard, his helmet peak, his goggles, and his glasses. So I just got up and rode off.
It's these kids, you see, they bounce well.
Always good value for money watching him go around.
Yeah, Burge is there. Just a nice little nip through that puddle, which I think was actually quite clever.
He'll be on it. Watch this space.
Yeah, nice little. A couple other riders have seen it as well. Nipping through that puddle, just try and clean off the last of what's on those tyres.
Very good motocross, Simon is.
Yeah.
He'll not be bothered by the wet conditions. They all know they need to get out first. Stay out the spray.
Yeah, but being out in front, it has its challenges as well. It's hard to gauge sort of how fast you can go as well in these conditions.
I'd rather just pull the pin and go, but that's probably why I crash so much.
Tactically, I think I'd like to sit in second and then do like a last minute
just rob
pass.
It.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. I was winding a few riders up this morning as they were getting ready for qualifying, all of them complaining about the weather. We live in it's a British Championship. This is 99% of our weather.
It's still raining. You can see it splashing in the puddle.
Yeah.
There we go.
And away they go. And it looks like a good start there from the 111 of Duncan Wright. Yeah, fab start there from the Scotsman. But it is
gone wide.
It's Forshaw there that holds the inside line. Duncan goes wide, like you say, and is that allowed?
A bit messy in the middle.
Yeah, that's allowed James Wood up to second place there. But no, it is Forshaw there that nips back through. So it's still Eccleston from Forshaw. And we've got a big gaggle there in the mid-pack. Looks like a good start from Liam Pearson. He's moved up a few places there.
Yeah, he's just going to keep pushing. You don't want to be behind in here with all the spray coming up.
Yeah, a lot of riders will be out there using roll-offs, which are great when they work. But as soon as you get water underneath that film and it starts smearing, it's an absolute nightmare.
We're coming up to that spillage now. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah. Kyle there opting to go to the inside of it, which isn't too bad.
I think it's luck of the draw. It's the mid-pack that's going to have problems, I think.
Yeah, it's looking like everyone's through fairly comfortably there, but Eccleston going for the outside, Forshaw opting for the inside line there.
All the ones at the front clearing the step up.
Yeah, it bunched up a little bit there, and James Wood being sent wide onto that tarmac. So that's knocked him down a couple of places. So we'll see how it is after this first lap. Hopefully everyone's got through nice and cleanly.
We're pulling away at the front there.
Yep, he is. So Eccleston, he's out in front now. Then it is
Simon's
Eccleston, Forshaw. Is that looks like that is one of our Trips UK riders. That looks like Jason Slater, then James Wood. So Slater riding on the back of an injury. So 7 weeks ago, I believe he broke his collarbone and a couple of ribs. So he's a bit tender. So we'll be trying to keep it rubber side down this weekend, I'm sure.
He's throwing himself off, is he?
No, he had a good tangle with Andy Hayes at Bauer as well earlier in the year. I remember that one. Oh, and also here at our last meeting at T side.
I think most rounds.
Yeah. I think it's probably easier to say the rounds he hasn't spanned himself at. Maybe a shorter list.
Makes for good viewing though, doesn't it?
Oh, he does. He's a good value for money, is Jason. And he's a really friendly guy in the paddock. So there's the 51. He's got great off-road experience. Big slide there and a nice save. That was almost stylish.
Yeah. Might have done that on purpose.
I can't call him too stylish with those bright pink boots on. Can't miss him.
So they can see him upside down in the grass.
So he went there, up the step up, and then to the outside line, and he's actually starting to close in there on the 58 of foreshore. I don't think Craig's overly confident in the wet, so we'll just keep an eye on him.
Well, he's not doing bad, is he?
No, we've got a yellow flag there on the exit of the off-road, so it looks like we maybe have a rider down there on that return back to the tarmac. You can see these riders. There's the 63 of Kevin Crowthers. He currently sits in second place in our novice championship, and that's currently where he sits, right behind Dan Billum. So there's the 59. He's got that bright black and pink Ride Nutrition bib on there, so he's currently our novice championship leader, but he does have quite a good advantage. There's the 53 of Simon Burgess. He's chasing down Duncan right there as they come back into this infield section. 211, that's Chris Lambourne, the prof. He was great on the commentary with me when we were at Pembury, so maybe try and go away with him later if possible. He might give us some insight into how this track's riding. So flat out down this back straights, that is the 111 of Duncan Wright. He currently sits in 6th place.
Looking good, looking very stylish, backing it in. He must like that anyway. He's from Scotland, so I think they ride in the rain most of the time, don't they?
Yeah, Duncan Wright, he's looking very comfortable on board that TM. He is.
Nice looking bike. It's one of the nicest looking bikes in the paddock, the TM.
They are a lovely looking bike. I had the pleasure of riding one over in Belgium. It was actually a TM 300 two-stroke, and I did the TM Ladies Challenge there a couple of years back, and it was the same model championship. All the girls rode the same bikes, and we were all on the same tyres, which were Dunlop road tyres, and I was, I believe, about a second slower on that than I was my full race prepared 450. Really? So yeah, that was at Mete a couple of years back. Yeah, a really nice handling machine. I don't know what it is about the chassis, but they do just handle excellently. I
think it's the most race-ready supermoto you can buy, but I believe the servicing intervals are quite tight.
Yeah, I think with all sort of bikes that we've got out there, you look after them, they'll look after you. And if it comes to a TM, I think the man to chat to would be David, who runs TM Leeds, which is also the team currently with the championship leader in our Trips UK Championship, Chris Hodgson, who's on board a TM. He's also got factory support as well from the team. And also one of our riders that will be heading out to the Czech Republic next weekend for the 2025 Supermoto Destinations. So
Duncan making a move up the inside.
He's not quite close enough.
No, he's trying though, isn't he?
He is trying, but he just wasn't close enough on that one.
He does look very comfortable.
Yeah. Prof also looking smooth and steady there. No dramas there from the 211. And another rider that's not shy to the off-road either.
Chose different lines.
He has, and I think that might be an advantage there for Wright. He has. He's managed to nip up the inside and get that TM spun round.
I stood up the off-road this morning. The inside line's got a massive puddle. I think a lot of riders are opting for the outside. It looks a bit safer in the C group anyway. It's
Yep, so that has promoted Duncan Wright up to 5th place, but fastest lap went to Jason Slater, and just quickly enough it was taken away by Harvey Ward. He's currently sat in 6th place on the 138X, so the new rider to this championship. So one of the riders that we saw out at Oliver's Mount.
We lost Sean and Aid. Don't seem to be on the timing screen.
See if our timing
I wonder if it's them two that came together. They were in the middle just
Possibly.
Before that. Yeah, oh, there they are at the back there. Look.
Yeah, there's Tyler Clark there in the background as well.
Hanging on the back. Absolute beast in the wet.
Yeah,
a little 85.
Which is impressive on an 85 because the power band on those can be so unpredictable. Trying to get the power down.
How do they keep with the 450s on the straight? Makes no sense.
I don't think they do, but he can carry so much more corner speed. It's unbelievable. It's really impressive. there's the 59 of Dan Billum. He's currently our novice championship leader, and he is currently sat in ninth place. There he is.
Another good off-roader. There's lots of
it is.
Dan does.
He's lost a place to Harvey Ward, who, like I said, he's currently got the fastest lap, but that's just been taken away by the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, who currently leads us. So the Bathmate rider, he's currently out in front with a lead of 2.3 seconds from Craig Forshaw on board his Automotive Solutions Honda. Then it is a battle for second between Forshaw and Slater, with only 0.9 seconds that separated them as they crossed the line. Then in fourth place we have the H2 Bathmate rider of James Wood. Woody, always a really stylish rider as well. I believe he normally has a little bit of titanium on his boots as well, so you always spot him with those sparks.
Yeah, Duncan Wright's got something on the bottom of his. He said he puts it down when you're too close behind him and it frightens you and makes you shut the throttle. That's his theory anyway.
So there's Harvey Ward, the newcomer to this championship, and one of our novice riders. He's having a great ride. I believe he's come from more of an off-road background. But that is our current race leader, Kyle Forshaw. So he's on board the Bathmate KTM. Oh, rider down. That looks
Spafford.
like... Yeah, that's Dave Spafford, the 117. He looks like he's probably spun up the rear there and binned that Honda.
Isn't he?
He is. You can see there is still dirt being dragged onto the circuit, but it's nowhere near as much as it was. Yeah, previous rounds that we've had here, it was being dragged all the way down this straight, so it's definitely improved.
The right-hander, you couldn't put any power on it, it's just going to throw you over the bars.
We've had a change for second, so the 51 of Jason Slater found a way through on Craig Forshaw on that last lap, and also took a fastest lap with a 1:26.257. So I don't know what Slater's had for breakfast this morning, but it seems to be working. He's put himself in a position to move into the A's.
It's a fantastic ride.
Yeah, cracking ride there from Jason Slater. A little look over the side.
Around, yeah.
Forshaw going up the inside. It looks like he is.
I mean, if he hadn't looked behind, he wouldn't have got him, would he?
Well, it looks like Forshaw got a better run out of Southbank on that one, able to carry a bit more speed and come alongside him. There wasn't much that Slater could do there. So has that just been enough to give the 58 of Craig Forshaw a wake-up call on that last lap to now try and put the hammer down? But these two bickering between them is just what Kyle Eccleston will want. He'll want these two squabbling for that last promotion position, and he can ride away out in front.
Now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
All to play for second place, though, isn't it?
You can see just how close they get. Slater carries so much more speed through this off-road.
So angry on off-road. So angry.
So much aggression there. Great riding there from Jason Slater. And look how much he extends that by, but he's just not able to hold it on the tarmac. So, that's Andy Hayes down. Yeah. So he's lost it at Southbank. That bike slid away from him, but he is up and okay. So he'll rejoin. He wasn't able to do that at Oliver's Mount on his CB500 at the Barry Sheen Festival. Dropped it on the line, unfortunately, and that was his race done.
Right.
There is Kyle Eccleston. So this is his last lap, and realistically, this is the battle that we want to be watching. Can Jason Slater keep Forshaw behind him?
He's going to have a push here into it, and Slater will have to do it back on the dirt again.
Yeah.
Unless he can stay defensive.
Yeah, is Forshaw going to have to go around the outside?
He's trying.
Slater putting that bike exactly where Forshaw doesn't want it to be, and if Forshaw's going to go around him, he's going to have to go a long way.
Yeah.
I think so long as Slater can keep it nice and tidy up at Skid Row, he should be able to pull out a little bit of a gap to give him some breathing room over the line. So that's easier said than done, I'm sure. Here he is, nice and smoothly on the power.
Safe yet, is he?
Not yet. On the board, that Trip Chicane KTM.
Is he going to go for the inside line again? Looks like he's going outside.
Yep, he's gone outside. Forshaw's done the right thing, not taking the same line. But it hasn't quite worked for him there.
They're closing in behind him now, though, aren't they? Duncan Wright.
They are. It is still James Wood in third, but he's being bothered by the 111 of Duncan Wright there in fifth. Little wheelie across the line there for our race winner, Kyle Eccleston, and it is a well-deserved second place for the 51 of Jason Slater with a fastest lap. Third goes to Craig Forshaw, fourth James Wood, fifth Duncan Wright, and sixth Harvey Ward.
Off in the top corner, look. Who's that?
Yeah, we've got a rider there just off at the chicane. before they head down that back straight. Chris Lambourne comes across the line in 7th place, and it was Dan Billum in 8th, and Simon Burgess managed 9th in that one.
Big gaggle of riders.
Yeah, we had a little gaggle of riders there. That was Luke Armitage, Kevin Crowthers and Jake Sayer. Good ride there from Liam Pearson. He finishes in 14th.
Yeah, cracking ride.
That's a cracking ride for him
Set
on the
up
250.
for the next race.
Yeah, that.
What's that, 12th into it?
I think it's worth saying that the rain not only is a leveller for your braking and things, but also for speed. Liam being on a 250 won't be as much of a deficit with that long straight, because they can't get the power down.
He don't weigh anything either, does he?
No, that's true. One of our under 21 riders
is Tyler Clark, weaving over the line on the straight.
Tyler comes across the line in 21st, and then the last 2 riders we're expecting are actually the 99 and the 98. So it looks like it may have been Jamie Wrigglesworth that went down at the closing stages. So he's come across the line just in front of Andy Hayes after his spill off at Southbank.
Is that another £50 ace, Sean?
There we go. So your teammate Sean Jones, he crossed the line in 17th. That's a good ride.
19th.
Yeah, that was a good ride from him.
Progress, that's all we need.
Yeah. But to be up there mixing it up in the Bs, that's what he wants. And being with these B group riders, so some of the novices that move up or clubmans, it does pull you along being with faster riders.
Yeah, he's pulled the pin a bit this year. He's been consistently in the B group. Sounds like the leads are coming out. I can hear the trumpets.
Yeah. So it will be our Trips UK British Supermoto Group A riders coming out for their race 1. That looks like Craig Forshaw there. They'll be pulling in. So these riders are just getting a little moment on the podium. But there's our race winner, the 255, and new dad, Kyle Eccleston. So there he is. He's getting his little bit of a moment there with the British Supermoto backdrop that we've got there for podiums. We are going to try and pop out and get some post-race interviews for our A-group riders after this one. I will try and nip out there. So there's Kyle Eccleston. Just trying to sort
right
those
there,
goggles.
led it all the way, didn't he? Looked safe.
Yeah, he looked really
real
comfortable.
danger, was he, at all?
Yeah, he looked really comfortable.
A 2.5 second lead's not a great deal if you have a little spill in the dirt, if it spins up, or you soon get caught, don't you?
So we've got 15 riders out here in this Trips UK British Supermoto A Group Race 1. And we'll just wait for the riders to find their positions on the grid. Now, there was a little bit of controversy after Superpole. So Superpole will be shown a little bit later on, where you'll be able to see how our front row and 5th place were lined up. But on pole we do have the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, so our under 21 rider out there leading them. So he's also going to be one of the riders there out in the Czech Republic. Alongside him is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, and rounding out that front row we've got Chris Hodgson and Richard Blakeman. Row 2 will be Ryan Kringle. Now Ryan Kringle was the fastest man in Superpole, but he did not make the first corner after the checkered flag when coming round on his hot lap. So he's unfortunately been demoted down to 5th place. That gives him a 2nd row start for this one. But he looked really, really fast this morning.
It's a shame about that.
Faster.
He's always good value for money watching Ryan. I mean, we've won a little bit really with him starting on the 2nd row because he's such a hard charger. He won't be messing about.
No, he's definitely the one to watch in this one, I'd say. Chris Hodgson, current championship leader. He'll be riding with his head, I think, in this one. He knows he won't need to go too hard. It'll be more a case of just basically keeping it together and keeping it tidy. He won't make any unnecessary risks, I don't think.
Is it 14 points in each today?
I think so. I think so. I think it's 14 points to round out the championship and round early.
There's no point in doing anything silly, is there? And he's a clever rider.
Yeah, and we've got Harley Sharp there in 6th place, another one of our junior riders for the Supermoto designations. Lee Williams, the 94 on that High-Tex Coatings Husqvarna, he qualified in 7th, and a great ride for the 42 of Oliver Holmes, the fast rider, qualifying in 8th place for this one, which in the wet he was really happy with that one. A slightly different point in qualifying for the 217 of Richard Sharp. He's down there in 9th place, so out-qualified by his son by a few positions there. So there you can see, there's Harley Sharp, and behind him Richard Sharp. And then rounding out that top 10 is the Goon Squad rider, Dean Hillier, on board that 108 Yamaha.
That Yamaha's so fast. So I rode it here last round, and
He's
I couldn't believe
one to watch
it.
as well. He was really quick at Pembury.
He's fast in the rain as well.
But there they are. They are underway, and it looks like a great start there from Alex Mullaney. And he leads them as we head round into South Bank. So it is Mullaney, Hodgson, Duncan, as they come across the come around South Bank for the first time. Bit of a stoppy there from the 94 of Lee Williams on the outside.
It's a whole shot device hadn't released.
Yeah. Who's that there that's just nipped up the inside? That's Kringle there making moves. So he's moved himself up to 4th place.
He won't be playing.
Yep, he's not messing around
Wait till he gets to the
making these
off-road
passes.
section.
So definitely one to watch in this one. So far so good. All riders through. There's the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. Normally we see him with that road race style, but he's definitely got that inside leg out today with these really tricky, treacherous conditions out there on circuit.
I won't want to be hanging off the inside road race style in this.
No, me neither.
Let's Kringle up into 3rd.
Mullaney up to the outside, Hodgson to the inside, and he's chased down by Kringle. Kringle finds a way through on Jamie Duncan on that last lap, able to just nip in front of him as they came back to that pinch point.
Just brutal in the dirt, Kringle is.
Yeah. Kringle, I think, will be wanting to prove a point here. After that penalty in Super Bowl, he'll be wanting to find a way through.
And he's got nothing to lose.
No.
So why not?
Absolutely nothing to lose. He got injured midway through this season, so wasn't able to continue. I believe that was actually at a test day here at Teesside. But it is the 1-2-1 that's the man on the move. Jamie Duncan, though, not taking that one lying down. He's looking up the inside as they come round South Bank, the Scotsman. Is he able to find a way through?
I don't think he'll get him. If he gets him, he'll get him straight back, I think.
It
looks like he's on a mission.
I wouldn't count him out. I think Jamie Duncan's got the bit between his teeth here, and he's chasing him down. Those big puddles there, splashed through first by Alex Mullaney. It was only a second gap back to the 74 of Chris Hodgson, who sits in 2nd place.
The front 4 seem like they're moving away a little bit.
Yeah, there is no gap there for Jamie Duncan to muscle his way into at the top of Skid Row as they came round that hairpin.
Kringle's going to open pull the pin, isn't he, now?
Ooh, like a bit of a moment there for Hodgson.
Look at that.
Yeah, Hodgson made a mistake at the top of that burn, and that allowed Kringle through.
Just got to be there, haven't you?
Yeah, he put the bike in the right position, and I think Hodgson more than knows that he didn't want to put up a fight there.
That's what I was saying earlier about the dirt not getting dragged on. It's starting to look a little bit slick on that left-hander now.
Yeah. Here's the 7 of Jamie Duncan. He'll be wanting to keep the pressure on if he's able to find a way through. Lee Williams, he's found his way up to 5th place, so he's found a way through on Richard Blakeman, who currently sits in 6th place on board the 54 Fat and Fast KTM. And Harley Sharp still in 7th with their Trips UK team boss Chris Walker in 8th. Chris currently leading our over 45s championship as well. He's still in front of the 217 of Richard Sharp, and rounding out that top 10 is still the 108 of Dean Hillier.
It looks like 6th and 7th are closed in on the first 4 now, first 5.
This rain has definitely got heavier. We were struggling to see it on camera, but now it's really clear there as they were coming through that chicane. So this weather is deteriorating.
How close is Ryan? Not close enough yet, is he?
No, not quite. It was 0.7 as they crossed the line on the last one, but he did have the fastest lap. So
Alex is fast in the dirt as well, isn't he?
Yeah, Alex is able to throw around that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna.
Look at that.
Not quite close enough on that one.
Just full chat, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable watching them, especially in these tricky conditions.
Chris is right. He's staying well out of that battle, isn't he?
Yeah, Chris will be riding with his head in this one. He won't want to be getting involved. Kringle trying to find a way around the outside of Alex Mullaney, which is a bold move on a good day. But in conditions like this...
He's not bothered. He's riding like it's dry.
He is. I don't think anyone's told Kringle it's raining.
I'm not going to tell him.
It was like Simon Burgess at Rowra. No one told him it was slippy in the wet.
Yeah, that was fantastic, wasn't it?
He was absolutely excellent in the qualifying at Rowra. No one told him it was slippy in the wet, and he went out and did cracking.
Little slip from Mulaney then.
Yeah, a little twitch from the rear on that 100. Is that enough to give... I think that was enough to give Kringle a bit of a sniff of trying to move around the outside.
Because why wouldn't you go around the outside in the rain there?
Of course, of course. That's a clearly obvious place to pass here at Seaside. Absolutely excellent pass there from the 1-2-1 of Ryan Kringle, and that takes him up to pole position.
Can he chill out now, though? And just ride where he is, or is he just going to...
No, he can't. No, he can't. This is edge of our seat action there. Kringle absolutely
still in
sideways.
Front, fantastic.
Yeah, he's not going to chill out. He wants to win by a country
still
mile.
Now, yeah, I get it. What looks better than winning by 2 bike lengths? Winning by a lap.
Absolutely flying. But does this allow Alex to have the bit between his teeth now and try and chase him down, and maybe even learn a thing or two from the road race ace that is Ryan Kringle that's out in front?
He's not going to let him go, is he? He's tucked in behind him.
He's not. Alex is really holding on to the back of him. It's just whether he can find a move. Kringle was one of those riders that we'd seen. He was really aggressive and not shy in trying to make a move. And like we say, that pass around the outside up at the far end of the circuit, not a traditional pass, but he definitely made it work.
Yeah. I'm sure Alex wasn't expecting that.
No, I don't think anyone will be expecting that.
It's still tight though, isn't it? What we got? 1, 2, 3, 4.
So between
6 riders, isn't there?
Yeah, between first and sixth, it's only 3.8 seconds that covers the lot. So 2 seconds covers first to fourth, and that's Jamie Duncan, who currently sits there on the number 7. He looks like he's
Alex
ready.
Has made a mistake there. Look, he's dropped.
He has dropped ever so slightly. I think Jamie Duncan's in a good position to be able to sort of clean up on any messes. He's currently sat in 4th place.
Blakeman's closed in now, though, hasn't he?
He has. He's closed in on William.
You're just one wobble away, aren't you, from getting got by any of these guys?
Yeah. And at this level, trying to ride defensive isn't really an option. You've always got to be riding on the attack. You can see just how heavy that rain is getting now.
Yeah, it's a lot worse now, isn't it?
Yeah, but Chris Hodgson looking as smooth as ever, sat there in 3rd place.
He's just doing what he has to do, isn't he? I think if he gets an opportunity, he'll nip through, but he's not going to do anything silly. Not for 14 points, it's not worth it to him, is it?
No, it's definitely not worth it. He'll be thinking about basically just bringing it home in a good position. If a pass does make itself present to him, like
I was going to say,
like it has just there.
Underneath him saying that. Oh, he's down.
He's down.
That's what we said.
That didn't look like he made much of a mistake, just not able to get that TM stop, but as quick as he's down, he's straight back up.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's
still running,
There it goes. So that has promoted Jamie Duncan up to 3rd place, but look how much of a lead Kringle has now.
Just got to hold it together, hasn't he? Little look over his shoulder there.
He has. So Chris Hodgson drops it at the far end of the circuit after trying a move up the inside of the number 100, Alex Mulaney.
Who's that?
I think that's Richard Blakeman down there, rolling around. What are you doing over there?
Probably still screaming.
Bike's that way, Richard.
Look at the rain.
Yeah, so...
It doesn't look that bad out the window, does it?
I'm glad we're in here, Rick.
Yeah.
So that was Richard Blakeman going down there on that fast KTM and taking a tumble, but he's straight back up and on after managing to find his bike. Ryan Kringle still leads us with 3 laps remaining, and it was a 2.7 second advantage over Alex Mulaney on that last lap. And he's still
he's jumping the curbs.
He did.
Sure
he didn't think there was enough jumps on the off-road. That's what it was. He thought he'd had some more in. Ryan Kringle is currently still riding at a 1 minute 21.8 lap pace.
On crackers, hasn't he?
Which, that was qualifying pace that we had this morning. That would have put him on pole in Superpole as well, I believe. And he's consistently doing it. His best lap's a 1 minute 21.275, and on his last lap it was a 1 minute 21.8, so only 4/10 of a second different.
Yeah, two
So
and 3/4 second in front now.
That to me shows consistency and that he's comfortable. He's found something that he's happy with. So this isn't just attacking the circuit. This is.
Oh, he don't mind about moving about, does he? You can see that.
Yeah, he's happy with this one. Alex Mullaney, he's looking really steady. A rider that we've seen in the past sometimes get a little bit giddy. We've had a pass up from the 94 of Lee Williams up to 3rd place, so he's found a way through on Jamie Duncan just a lap ago. And he's looking really comfortable on that high-tech coatings Husqvarna. He had a bit of a tumble in qualifying. I saw his dad trying to jet wash that body warmer he had on. It was absolutely covered in mud, so I think we know where he came off. Which just goes to show that this circuit has been really challenging, that it's even catching out our elites. So as they come across the down the back straight, is Jamie Duncan going to go have a look up the inside?
Looks like Ryan's still pushing. He's pulled out half a second from last lap. Well,
his last lap was a 1 minute 22.0 in comparison to Alex's 1:22.5. So I think they've both settled into it a little bit now. Duncan there trying that inside line. Can he make it work for him? It's just not quite close enough to Willow as they come back out to that pinch point. And you can see just how dirty that area of the track's getting now. No wonder Richard went down, he's spun up. You'd think he's a man that's able to put some traction down on that fat and fast case, yeah? But it is his teammate that's battling for 3rd place.
He's not giving up, has he?
No,
show me wheel there.
Not. No, the Scotsman, I think there was a bet on Facebook about free photographs for the first rider that put slicks in.
Oh, was there?
Jamie Duncan's name was the first one there that he'd have them in. As soon as there's a break in the showers, he will have some slicks in.
I couldn't imagine anything worse.
No, Kringle still out in front with an advantage of 3.4 seconds.
He's got one lap left and he's still jumping curbs and going through puddles.
He just wants to keep us on the edge of our seat. He wants to make sure that we're paying attention.
Well, he wants a new Facebook profile picture, that's what he wants.
No, it's an excellent ride there from Ryan Kringle. There we go. Watch him as he heads up that Bathmate step up. Opts for the inside line. You can see where he's splashing through that big puddle, can't you?
Yeah. Just don't shut the throttle.
No, not quite as sideways as we've seen him though.
Look.
Yeah, not quite as sideways.
3.5 seconds, look.
Yeah, and it is still Mullaney that holds 2nd place. Wheeling across the line there from Ryan Kringle. Very much a well-deserved race win.
He stamped his dominance on that, didn't he?
Yeah, that was Alex Mullaney and Lee Williams taking 3rd place.
Where did Chris end up?
In 4th. So, on the last passing, he was in 8th place, just behind Richard Sharp. So we're just watching, and as they come across the line, have we seen Chris Hodgson? Not just yet. Is that Richard Blakeman there coming across the line? It's hard to tell with all this rain. Yeah, there's Blakeman. That's Dean Hillier there coming across the line. So good ride from him on that Goon Squad Yamaha. I'm now going to nip out and try and grab a couple of words with our top 3 riders as they come back in from the circuit. So I'm not even going to give you much time to get your helmet off, but really good ride there up to third place. So you found a way through on Jamie Duncan and you looked a lot more comfortable than qualifying.
Yeah, qualifying I crashed in the dirt and got covered in mud. But no, Chris lost the front of the back end there and took Alex and Jamie wide, and I snuck up the inside. But I'm just losing a little bit on initial get out and go out the corners compared to everyone else. But we'll go back, we'll look at the Etzer sketch and see what we can do for the next two.
Yep, so there's definitely more to be found there from the number 94. And we'll grab a quick word with 100 of Alex Mullaney. You were looking really smooth there and confident in the wet. A very well-deserved second place.
Yeah, it was hard work from start to finish. It was nice to lead for a few laps, and Kringle came past. But I know what I've got to do. I just want to try and get a second in the championship. So I'll let him go. Nice and relaxed. Had a few moments, but it's going to happen. And you've got conditions like this. So yeah, I'm mega happy with that.
And I think that's also some great practice for next weekend as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well, looking at the weather for next weekend, it doesn't look too good. So ideally, this is just what we wanted, to get a bit more track time in the wet, because it's not too usual we get that. So no, it's playing out quite well as it stands. So I'm really happy with that.
Good. And our race winner, some absolutely cracking passes. That move round the outside at the far end, absolutely mint.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, I done what I done in Super Bowl, and I didn't even get told that I got put to fifth, but whatever. Done what we done there, showed what I can do. This is still in my third round this year because I broke my back earlier this year, so I'm still ginger at this. I'm only a year deep now, so I'm happy with what we just done. Roll on to the next one, and just like to thank everyone that's helped me get here to do this.
Yeah, very impressive to come from the second row on the grid. You look like you were a man on the mission out there, and I'm sure it'll be the same again for race 2.
Yeah, well, we'll see, wait and see what the weather does, see if it lets us get back out. It's definitely a bit wet at the minute, but if it goes again, obviously, definitely, yeah, we'll try and do the same again.
So that was our Supermoto Group A riders. We're going to try and now catch our Academy riders as they go out for their race 1. So I have to say, it's a good job. Our A podiums are only just round the corner from the commentary box. Managed to get back inside. I have to say, it's also getting a little bit chillier out there as well. But that was a great ride from our top 3 in the A's. But here is our starting grid for our FF Solutions Academy Race 1. It's Tyler Clark on pole, so we saw him at the back of our B group, so we were on a great ride here in the wet. Alongside him is Max Rhodes and Archie Reynolds, and I believe it will be Ed Darnton rounding out that front row. Then we have the 79 of Jackson Bennett, Cole Reynolds in 6th, Josh Walker 7th, Rip Jennings in 8th, and Jackson Nuttall rounding out this one. So I can hear race engines getting up, and they will be underway. So here they are, the scream of those 85s as they head into South Bank, and it's a great start there from the 41 of Edward Darnton. Both those riders out in front with bright yellow on their helmets, and it looks like Tyler Clark's not having any of it. He's almost bashing bars there with Darnton, and cuts right over the front end of him. Great pass there from Tyler Clark, who's looking really comfortable in these conditions. So it's Tyler Clark there that retakes the lead as they splash through those puddles through the chicane. So Darnton in 2nd. It's a little bit of a gap back to Reynolds there in 3rd place. Archie Reynolds currently sitting in 2nd in our Academy Championship, with Darnton leading that one. But Tyler Clark not having any of it. He's pulling away out in front as we watch him head up the step up, and almost clearing it as they head up there. Up that berm, going really high, taking that inside line. Looks like the only rider we saw taking the outside was the RWJ rider of Max Rhodes, just in the background of shot there, and he's currently in 4th place, and it's Jackson Bennett in 5th. So as they come back out onto the start-finish straight, I think we will see that Tyler Clark's gained a little bit of advantage on Darnton on that one. So Darnton doesn't have the advantage of racing in our adult classes that we've seen so far. I haven't seen him out there anyway. I know he liked putting on a show for us at our last round at Oliver's Mount, so he did some great riding, bashing bars with the 450s. Which, if you haven't watched already, make sure you go back on TNL Sports on YouTube and watch the previous rounds in this 2025 Trips UK British Supermoto Championship season. There's been some excellent riding, but down goes Tyler Clark. He just tucks the front there and slides his way to the exit of the track, and he's got to get that 85 Husky back up and running. That has handed the lead to the number 41 of Edward Darnton as he splashes his way through and down towards the start-finish straight. So, can Tyler Clark retake these positions back? He did have the pace by the looks of things. And a quick look over the shoulder there from Darnton to see if he's got any breathing room on board that DRC Yamaha, I believe that one is. Taking a nice wide line there, looking as smooth as anything, heading up the step up and opting for that inside line and a big splash through that muddy puddle. Archie Reynolds there, the number 5. He's on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, looking comfortable taking the outside line. Then it is Max Rhodes there in 3rd place. Jackson Bennett 4th, and Tyler Clark's found his way up to 5th. So we'll see if he's able to make any moves and positions back on this one. So he'll be chasing down Jackson Bennett. So new fastest lap to the 135, to the 41 of Edward Darnton with a 135 on that one. And he's extending his lead out now from Archie Reynolds to nearly 4 seconds on that one. So he's got some considerable pace. You can see just how wet it is now as they come round South Bank. Lots and lots of spray being kicked up there by even these smaller C-Seed machines with their much smaller tyres. Looks like we do have a bit of a battle going on for second here between Archie Reynolds and Max Rhodes. Max Rhodes putting on some excellent passes at Oliver's Mount in the last round. I think what was notoriously known as the Max pass round the outside of Jackson Bennett up at Farm Bend. So we'll see if he's able to find any more passes like that one here at Teesside today. For the moment, he is trailing the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. Now, all of these riders doing exceptionally well, and it looks like Rhodes gets a better run up the step up, but is he able to use that inside line to his advantage? Now, Tyler Clark, he's found his way through up past Jackson Bennett, so he's now going to be chasing down Rhodes as well. It's a tall order for him to be able to do a 2-for-1 in this one, but we'll see if they manage to bunch up as they head towards the infield section. We have put barriers out on the circuit just to block that big puddle that we have as they enter the infield on the first corner, so all the riders have seen those and are riding accordingly to that. So out in front, Ed Darnton, he's settled into this one now. That gap is a steady 3.8 seconds as they cross the line. Then Archie Reynolds, Max Rhodes looking like he's trying to get everything he can out of the RWJ Husqvarna. And we'll watch as Tyler Clark, again, looks really, really smooth and fast through here, but that mistake earlier on in the race really cost him. So they come splashing through these puddles. Another thing that Max Rhodes will be lightly struggling with trying to chase down Reynolds will be all that spray he'll be kicking up as he splashes his way through. And there he is. Reynolds making his way around Skid Row, and Tyler Clark's really closed that gap up now on Max Rhodes. So the number 6 rider with that luminous yellow on that helmet, from being down on the deck earlier on, he's really caught his way up. Looks like we've got a back marker maybe coming into play here. That is the 183 of Jackson Nuttall. So we'll just watch as he comes round, and he just moves over to the side and allows these riders that are battling for front positions the way through. So good rider awareness there from him, and it looks like we've got one of the dads there shouting over the pit wall, trying to encourage their sons on. So it is still Reynolds keeping Rhodes at bay with 3 laps remaining. as they come round South Bank. We'll see Max Rhodes, who normally uses that knee down style. It looks like Tyler Clark. As much as I'm sure he knows it's raining, no one's told him, and he's still trying to use that knee down style to carry that corner speed round South Bank. So we'll just watch as is he able to try and find a way through on roads. He definitely looks like he's got the pace for it, but having the speed and being able to make a pass are two very, very different things. So, and they all looked fairly evenly matched as they came round into the off-road. So Clark there almost going the long way round. Must have been watching Ryan Kringle in that previous race as he tried to make that pass work on Alex Mullaney, which he did, and he got that one stuck. Clark not able to replicate it just yet, maybe needs a few more attempts. There's our current race leader, the number 41 of Edward Darnton, who's been ever stylish in this championship and has had some fabulous rides all year long. And with this being the penultimate round, he does have a very healthy advantage heading into Cadwell next month. So there he goes, the 41. 2 laps remaining now. And that gap is still about 3.6 seconds, so fairly equidistant to the last lap that we had. And he's looking really smooth there. No showboating from him that we have seen at previous rounds. Looks like he's actually concentrating now that we've got some trickier weather. And there he goes, round South Bank, taking a slightly wider line and then allowing that bike to drift out. And then it's hard on the brakes. That battle for second still being led by Archie Reynolds, who's managing to keep Rhodes and Clark at bay. Well, there he is across the big puddles that we've got there in that infield section through the chicane. That rain definitely still coming down and making this circuit incredibly slippy. Almost a little moment there from Darnton. Looks like the front just twitched, but not too much of a drama for him. Quick look over the shoulder just to see where the flash of orange is from the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on board his Automotive Solutions Husqvarna is. He opts for the outside line yet again, and as we look, it is still Reynolds from Rhodes, and then Clark still sat there in 4th place after what looked like to be a really, really confident start for him. A nod from Edward Darnton as he agrees that yes, it is the last lap. He knows he's only got one more passing of this circuit to do, and he's got to keep it nice and clean and tidy, which is very much easier said than done with conditions like today. And you can see there on screen just how heavy this rain is today. The spray being kicked up not only by the bike but even by his boot there, as he's got that trailing inside leg, just using it as a bit of a feeler and a feather just in case that front decides it wants to move. So it's now or never for that pass for second. Is Rhodes going to be able to do anything, or is Clark going to be able to try and find a way through on the 58? It looks like Reynolds has a bit of breathing room ever so slightly as they head in towards this chicane. But it is still Darnton that leads us, and it is a fairly sizable lead. Most of this back straight now. Again, another glance over the shoulder. Don't worry, they're still there, Ed. You don't have to keep looking at them. And then coming round, taking a nice wide line into the off-road to be able to square off the Bathmate step up, and it looks like he again opted for the inside line, going nice and high on that berm and then getting that Yamaha squared off to make his way down to this pinch point. And this was going to be a now or never opportunity, and it looks like for Tyler Clark, he was trying but just not able to find a way through on roads there as they came around the off-road section. Ed Darnton really happy with that one as he comes across the line, giving her a good old giddy up. Then it's Reynolds from Rhodes, and Tyler Clark just misses out on a podium position in that one after a spill off earlier on. He finishes in 4th place. And then coming across the line, here is the number 79 of Jackson Bennett. So here we are just waiting for the last few riders to come round and take the checkered flag for this race, which is the final of our first block of races here this morning at what is a very, very damp Teesside Autodrome. So just there in the off-road, you can see the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. We didn't see much of him in this race. He sat in a relatively lonely 6th place. But in the championship, he's currently holding 5th position behind Tyler Clark. He comes across the line to take the checkered flag on board his Automotive Solutions. TM looks like he's doing somewhat of a TikTok trend dance. I must be too old for that now. There's Josh Walker, and he looks like he had a good battle with Rip Jennings there, who finished in 8th place. So that wraps up our first block of races here at Teesside, and these riders will now all go back to their vans and do their very best to try and dry off ever so slightly and try and grab a bite to eat before we get things kicked off with the second block of races being started by our C's a little bit later on. In the meantime, during the break, we will show you what happened with our Super Pole session this morning. So that is our top 5 riders from the A group qualifying. All got a second bite at the apple, shall we say, to go out there and try and put in a hot lap to make their front row start in our A group race 1 that we saw just a little bit ago. So we will leave you with that one. We'll be back with the racing action shortly. So, up next is Super Pole, brought to you by TM Leeds, and out on circuit now on his partial warm-up lap is the number 54 Fat and Fast rider of Richard Blakeman. Richard qualified in 5th place, just sneaking into Super Pole at the end there with a 1 minute 22.987. So this is now the start of his flying lap as he heads down past the start finish, and then it is that fast right-left on this tricky tarmac section into the infield. He's coming round now, and then this really tricky section, trying to hug that curb, and then it is on the power now to try and get that Fat and Fast KPM round South Bank. He's looking really tidy, but you can see just how wet it is here today at Teesside. All that spray being kicked up off that back tyre. Then it's hard on the brakes. Back into this second section of our infield section, and we do have some standing water there on the inside as he's trying really hard now to get the power down, splashing through the puddles there through that tight chicane, and then it's flat out down the back straight. So there he is, hard on the brakes there, that inside leg out, just watching it as he makes his way round Skid Row. Incredibly slippy section of this Teesside circuit, hugging that inside curb, and then again to the outside, taking a nice wide line to then square it off as he heads up this newly tarmacked run up our Bathmate step up, then into the off-road section for the first time. And it is slippy out there today, but nice and quick through. We do have a slightly reduced off-road section, but Rich has tackled that lovely, and then here he is heading back out onto the tarmac, dragging less mud than we've seen before to come across the line. So there he is. There is the checkered flag for the number 54, and it is a 1 minute 23.988. So provisionally that puts him both 5th and 1st. And we will now wait for the next rider out in Super Pole, which is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. So here he is right on cue, just coming round Skid Row on his warm-up lap, just getting to grips with the grip levels on this tricky circuit today. Alex went out this morning in qualifying and managed to pop in a 1 minute 22.830. So only about a tenth of a second quicker than the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. But here is our under-21's current championship leader on his flying lap. So avoiding that big puddle on the inside there. And then it's hard on the brakes. You can see the differing tarmacs that we've got there breaking up. And then back round, looking really, really steady as he comes round towards South Bank, that inside leg out. No road racing style from Mullaney today. Oh, a big twitch there on board that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, but then it's hard on the brakes and nicely smoothly does it. Back into the infield section, and we'll see him now try and avoid again that puddle just on the inside of the hairpin, and he will then come splashing through this chicane as he tries to get the power down on board that Husqvarna flat out down this back straight. So weather conditions here at Teesside have been awful since about 4 o'clock this morning, so the circuit is very much saturated. and it looks like this weather is going to be with us for the day. But Alex looking really tidy and clean there, taking that wide sweeping line up the Bathmate step up and hopping on top. Ooh, big moment from Alex there as he just clipped his foot on the inside. Hopefully not lost too much time, but that may have knocked him slightly. And then spinning up as he exits the off-road section, back out onto the tarmac to try and get the power down. So 2 mistakes there from the number 100 of Alex Mullaney on his flying lap. And we will just watch to see if he's been able to improve, and he's managed a 1 minute 22.871. So even with those mistakes, he's currently on provisional pole. But next up is our current Trips UK British Championship leader, the number 74 of Chris Hodgson, on board his TM Leeds 450. And again, this is him now starting his flying lap. And you can see just how wet it is out there today. Again, there's a nice clear shot of how big that puddle is on the inside of that corner. And then it's keeping that 450 relatively upright for Hodgson. And again, that inside leg there, a nice wide line there, not hugging the corner just as much as we'd seen Blakeman and Mullaney do on that last lap. Then he's keeping it nice and smooth. Absolutely no dramas there from Mr. Smooth himself, Chris Hodgson. Then it's hard on the brakes. Now, Hodgson here, this not looking particularly fast, but we think we all know now that fast is smooth, and this is looking like a very, very tidy lap so far. So, now, getting the power down. Ooh, back end spinning up there as he hit that big puddle, so hopefully that's not unsettled the bike too much, but he's there hard on the power into that far end of our circuit. And then easy does it here through Skid Row, down, trying not to trail that front brake too much there. Last thing he wants to do is tuck the front, and then nice and wide to square off up the newly tarmacked Bathmate step up. So all 3 of our riders opting for that outside line now as they come back through the off-road section. And again, no dramas there from the 74 of Hodgson, looking incredibly smooth and no spinning up on that really tricky off-road. And then it's back down this start-finish straight to take the checkered flag. But it was a 1 minute 23.726 for the 74 of Chris Hodgson, and that currently puts him provisionally second behind the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. On track now, this is the 121 of Ryan Kringle. So Kringle opting to use the off-road on his current warm-up lap. So rather than saving and keeping his tyres clean, he's gone for the using the off-road. So we'll wait to see if that is an advantage for him. But Ryan Kringle, we've seen him in our championship before, but he has been off with injury. Just clipping that inside of the big puddle there on the way into the infield. Kringle coming from a road racing background, but using that leg outside there with that inside leg with his Gurn boots on. A little bit of a touch there of the peg. And he's managing to keep the power down there on that KTM. And you can see just how much spray's been kicked up, and it is currently raining. It's not that the track's just wet, it is still absolutely piddling it down. But again, round through this hairpin, Kringle looking smooth, no dramas. We watch as he come through these big puddles, opting to go over the curb there on that first part of the chicane, then hard on the gas towards the far end of the circuit. You can see him there trying to get on the brakes, that back end starting to squirm slightly. Then heading down Skid Row, notoriously slippy as we've seen here at previous rounds. And then again, nice and wide, heading into the off-road section, and we think we will see which line he'll pick, which is, oh, he's gone for the inside. Big splash through the puddle and allowing that bike to slide sideways there as he gets the power down. So really, really impressive there to watch the 121 of Ryan Kringle sliding that 450, and then just a little pop of that front wheel as he comes back out onto the tarmac. So he is showing there is grip out there, and he comes across the line and he takes provisional pole with a 1 minute 22.485. So that is the time to beat for this man, the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. He took provisional pole in our qualifying session this morning with a 1 minute 21.856, which was the fastest lap of the session. And here he comes, the Scotsman, our number 7, Jamie Duncan, going flat out now to take that starting lap. Just avoiding that big inside puddle, then hard on the brakes there. Feet on the peg, surprisingly, there for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. And there's that inside leg off there, just there in case that front decides it wants to start moving. And then he's heading his way round South Bank, hugging that inside curb, not really leaving much line, but then allowing it to drift right out to the edge of the circuit here. Then it's hard on the brakes back into the infield. Watch him try and square this corner off ever so slightly, keeping it really tight on that hairpin. Tighter than any line we've seen so far this morning. And then, again, a big moment, just like Chris Hodgson when we saw on his hot lap, hitting that puddle, and it's just unsettling the rear of the bike slightly. Then, towards that far end, this now off-camber hairpin. Just the front wheel lifting slightly as he's trying to get the power on that Fat and Fast KTM, and then it is back up into the off-road. And we've seen Jamie Duncan do some impressive things through the off-road so far this season. Is he able to do it again? So, big splash through those puddles, opting for the outside line, then back out onto this newly developed tarmac that we have here at Teesside. Then hard on the power, trying to get around that final corner as fast as he can, letting that bike drift out slightly, then back across as he takes the checkered flag. But it is not an improvement, unfortunately. So it is Jamie Duncan that finishes on that one with a 1:23.046. So not able to improve on that session earlier. He finishes in third. So our front row will be lined up with the number 121 of Ryan Kringle on pole. Alongside him will be Alex Mullaney. Then it'll be Jamie Duncan and Chris Hodgson rounding out our front row. And Richard Blakeman, he will head out our row 2. So we have just resumed from our little bit of a lunch break, and we have had some super lights out on track, which I hope that they will have been able to hopefully disperse some of that standing water we've seen on the track. Alongside me, I've got Simon Bentley, so one of our Trips UK riders. He's come to join me and have a little bit of the watch of the racing inside our dry commentary box, haven't you?
I have indeed, yes. It's a bit warmer in here, so a bit of a treat, really.
It is. And you'll get a treat getting to watch our secret riders going out. So they're all currently sat in the holding area now, and it is our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C Race 2. There's Ruby Booth on her 85. So the end of this race 1 was a little bit, I think, challenging for some riders. So Jason Laycock had a spill off up at Skid Row and unfortunately dumped some oil or fuel on the track that they had to cover. So we did end up with a red flag at the end of this one. So we're just going to wait for the confirmation of these grid positions, but I'm sure they will put on a good race for us. So the race was won by the 162 of Ian Rogerson with a fastest lap of a 1 minute 31.675. And both him and Corey Leggett both moved up to our B group for race 2. So we'll see them a little bit shortly. So there's the 159 of Jason Laycock. Hopefully after that spill he's not too battered and bruised. We saw him look like he was trying to grab his collarbone, which made us a little bit nervous. So you're not riding this weekend, Simon?
I rode yesterday. Unfortunately, they swapped the championship round the Super Vets tomorrow, and I can't make tomorrow. I should be leaving around about lunchtime. So, like I say, if it had been today, I would have rode, but I've got to be back in my local town of Derby tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, fair enough. Well, there's our grid for our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C Race 2, and on pole it will be the number 6 of Dean Clark, alongside him John Oakes, Tommy Sayer, and it will be Oliver Granger rounding out that front row. Row 2 will have Dax Almond, Jackson Bennett, Farron Young and Simon Billam. Then row 3 will be Lewis Cowper, Philip Brigg, Stephen Haig and Steve Smith, and then we'll have Lee Room, Tony Gold, Adam Hilton, and a few other riders just there. We'll have Craig Louth on his mini bike, Matthew Granger out there, as well as Ruby Booth. So I think it will be a back of the grid start potentially for Jason Laycock, who was leading our first race earlier this morning.
So I see Simon Billam. That's Dan's dad, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I think it might be. There's Craig on board that pit bike. He's currently doing me a big favour, sorting out my pit bike ready for Mete. But I have to give him plenty of stick because he's still riding a kid's bike. He's not riding a 450, so he's definitely getting some grief, even though he's trying to get me to have a go. The
rain's not let up, has it? It's still...
It looks like we've got a roaming marshal out there with that high vis on. Normally see those in enduro. So a few academy riders out in this one as well. We've got a big mix of 450s, 150s, 85s. So it's always a class that puts on plenty of entertainment for us.
Even though it's raining, there's still plenty of grip out there, and I'm sure if it stopped raining it would become really, really slippy. But I don't think it's going to... There's some puddles there.
No, I don't think it's going to stop raining anytime soon. And looking at the forecast, I think it's actually meant to get worse.
Yeah.
But like you say, when it's completely sodden like this and staying as it is, it's usually the best of a bad bunch. This is where we saw Laycock take a tumble.
I didn't actually see it. What happened? Did he...
He was getting pressured by... Ian Rogerson.
Oh, right.
And they came up on a back marker.
Yeah. I caught the back end of it, and I thought that's exactly what happened. Yeah,
Laycock tried to go around the back marker, and I think just spun the rear up, and it spat him off, unfortunately. Back marker, in fairness, didn't do anything wrong. They just came off on a really tricky, tight place, so... it's one of them, unfortunately. It was a racing incident, but good to see him back up and on the bike. This off-road section, I know it's had some amendments since we were here last, and they've put in some tarmac as well. I don't know if you've seen that corner. Does it look just as sort of muddy as it normally does?
Which one? The one coming back onto the...
Yeah, back onto the tarmac.
No, it's a lot better.
Oh, well,
I've not actually ridden it, to be honest with you, but I mean, I've ridden it last time, but obviously with it being amended this time, I've not I've not tried it because yesterday there was no off-road.
Yeah, there's John Oakes. So John Oakes starting this one in third. No, it looks like he's in second there. Yeah, he's in second. There he is. So front row start for John Oakes, and he got a really good start at the first race 1 for this Contract Solutions Group C. So we'll keep an eye on him, and he stands out like a sore thumb in that bright pink Bathmate livery. So we'll watch him go around South Bank.
Is he the only Bathmate rider in this?
No, Jason Laycock's in it as well, but he started from the back after that tip off. Yeah, so there's Dax Almond. He's on board his 250. Then there's a 184 of Farron Young. He's getting a second row start for this one, so hopefully he'll be looking to improve on that. Not where he'd want to be, I'm sure.
Here we go.
It wasn't a great launch off the line for Dean Clark there on the number 6. It was, however, for John Oakes. Look at him go.
Go on, John.
Taking a really wide line there through South Bank.
That's the line Chris Hodgson takes on the other way round.
Yeah, he looked really wide through there, but John Oakes takes the whole shot and he leads us on this first lap of our C Group race 2. It's then Dean Clark, then that looks like Oliver Granger, Tommy Sayer, and who's that slotting in there? That is potentially one of the villains. Yeah, those big puddles.
Aquaplaning.
Yeah, those big puddles there, unsettling the bikes. Can't say that I'm missing. Again, another wide line there for the 95, but he's obviously finding grip somewhere.
Yeah, he's searching for grip, isn't he? He's doing. Seems to be working all right at the moment.
Yeah. So into the off-road section for the first time of this race. So up the Bathmate, step up. He opts for the inside line, quite high on that berm, and then he's just splashing through those muddy puddles.
There doesn't seem to be a lot between the outside and the inside lines. I mean,
no, we've seen passes on both.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think it depends on whoever gets a good run through them. We've seen passes in races all the way through. Really wide there for John Oakes, actually going over towards near where I think there's a white line, so he needs to be careful there. So splashing his way into the first corner. Now, back into this infield section. It's hard to sort of show it on camera here, but there is quite a lot of broken tarmac. You can see the different patches, and they all have different levels of grip, which is a little bit disconcerting.
Be interested to see what line he takes now, if he's going to go the wide line or if he's going to go tight.
Yeah, he's fairly tight, a lot tighter than he was on the opening lap, but still not hugging the curve as much as we've seen some others.
It's really bumpy on the inside going round there.
Yeah.
It is on the opposite way. I mean, I would take it, the bumps are still there, so...
They are. I've ran it both ways, and it's hard.
But I can't remember.
It's hard trying to get your head around allowing yourself to go wide, because you feel like if I go wide, that's when you're going to fall off. It's hard.
Yeah.
Well, like a bit of a moment there for Dean Clark as he went through those big puddles. Bit of a wobble. And it's Oliver Granger, Tommy Sayer and Dax Almond on that 250. Then Farron Young's found his way up to 6th place on board that Goon Squad Beta. So there's John Oakes. He's got the advantage being out in front, meaning he's not getting covered in all that spray as well.
He seems to be coping with the pressure. I know what it's like to lead for a short while, but I have led a couple of C races.
Same.
5 years ago, I used to be in the top group, but never really at the front.
No, I've had some good races with Jono, especially in the wet. I remember a really good race with him at Rowra.
When I finished, actually.
Did I?
Just about, yeah, but you've done all right, though. You do all right.
I wobble round.
Same as me.
See, these conditions are right up my street.
Yeah.
I like riding in the wet, and I think it's a real good leveller.
Yeah.
It's a good leveller. So, some riders that I think can be a little bit more chances and some risky moves on the brakes or on the throttle. I think this really does sort of even it out.
Yeah, definitely. But as I say, if it did begin to dry up, that's when it becomes really slippy.
Yeah, that in-between greasy conditions, not fun. There's Granger. He was taking a really tight line there on that curb, and he's getting the pressure put on now by the number 16 of Tommy Sayer.
Tommy Sayer, yeah.
Yeah. So him and his brother both racing in this championship. His brother is currently leading our Clubman Championship, is Jake. He was in our B group, I believe, a little bit earlier on. So it's down down through the skid row. We've seen a few hairy moments around this corner. You've ridden this, you know just how slippy that corner is, don't you?
I do, yeah. It is slippery, but I've not done many laps around this way.
This off-road, yeah.
Well, I mean, last time I came here, there was the off-road, but we was using the full track.
Yeah, I've run both
obviously,
ways.
It being tarmac up the hill, I've not used that either. But
I have to say, I've fallen off on that corner in both directions. So it is still Granger keeping Sayer at bay as they come across the line, but John Oakes...
Where's John gone? He's gone. He's disappeared. He's
3.77. Yeah, he's put the fastest lap in with a 1 minute 33.4, so about a tenth quicker. But he's pulled a gap out now on Dean Clark, who sits in second place. He'll be looking to join the B group where his nephew is already at.
Yeah.
So his nephew Tyler Clark doing double duty. He was in our academy race and also our B group after qualifying straight in there at the back. So
I thought it was Mr. Sayer was going to make a move then, but
he was having a little look, wasn't he? Showed him a wheel.
it's quite deep, that puddle there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look.
We actually saw Ryan Kringle, rather than going through it, was just jumping straight over the curb.
Yeah.
He decided to add a few extra jumps in here at this circuit around here at Teesside. Now, really nice and tight on that top corner, not giving them an inch to try and show a wheel up the inside. If he's going to have a go around there, it'll be around the outside like Kringle managed. I don't think that's a pass for the...
if they could ever put in some man-made jumps on some of these tracks, because like years ago in America when they did the Supermotos, they used to have these big like ski jumps.
Metal ramps.
Safe, but metal ramps, yeah. I mean, I'm sure whether that would work or not, I don't know.
They do use them at Mete as well.
Yeah.
So going into the off-road, there's one as you head into the off-road before the big banked corner, and then they also had one just before you go into a berm, which trying to get my head around took me all weekend. And
are you riding this year at Mete?
I'm not. No, my hand's still not right, so fingers crossed I get my cast off the day before we go.
Of course, I forgot. Sorry, yeah.
So yeah, no racing for me at the minute. I don't think there'll be any racing for me until probably next season now. Tommy Sayer, really brave using that knee out, keeping the feet on the pegs, especially in these conditions.
Mind you, road racers, they keep the knee out, don't they? They use their knee to guide. They normally have thicker knee sliders on road races.
Yes, I don't think he's got any on.
No, I don't think.
That's what I mean, he's brave. Big splash through those puddles, and he's trying to wring the neck of that Husky. That is one of the cranked up racing riders. So
fast down that straight. Was it yesterday coming the opposite way down that straight? Was it somebody clocked 96 mile an hour down there?
Oh, I don't know. We had a bit of a moment there from the 6 of Dean Clark. He was spinning the rear up. So that's allowed that gap back to Granger now to close up considerably.
The concentration you have, the levels you've just got to keep. You've just got to concentrate 100%. I mean, because
maybe that's where I'm going wrong. I'm thinking about one man for tea. Don't fall off. What'd you do that for? Why'd you go over that verb? Where are you off to? They're normally the on-board commentary you get.
John Oakes is coping with it all right, though. He's coping with the pressure of being at front.
I think he'll like just being left alone out front, won't he? Let them squabble for second behind him. Fastest lap though, that's gone to Oliver Granger, the man in third. He's definitely trying to put the hammer down now on Dean Clark after that mistake. It's giving him a bit of a sniff for it. Again, another twitch.
He's had a few twitches,
hasn't he? He's struggling there. He's really struggling.
Up the inside here.
I think he's going to have a look. He is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Got him.
That was a nice pass there for him, the 186 of Oliver Granger, but Dean Clark.
2 laps to go. He's put the 1.9 seconds between John and...
Yeah, so Dean Clark's now down to third, and it's Tommy Sayer fourth, and Dax Almond's still there in fifth, but look at how much Oliver Granger's pulled away from Dean Clark on that lap. So he's found a way through and now started to gap him, so I think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's not... I'm just looking at the screen here. It's not.
Yeah, so that'll update just as they come past the checkered flag once again.
Yeah, well,
so here they go. I know when we've ran it the other way around, I don't know about you, but heading down that step up and trying to get turned at the end of the off-road.
Yeah.
Oof. Really tricky. Oh, Dax Almond looking to see if he can find a way on that inside to outside line, and he has. He's just looking around the inside there of the 16 of Tommy Sayer. That's one of our other riders out there. That's Matthew Granger, so I'm going to assume that's brother.
So what's the difference
So,
now between...
look at that gap's closed up.
Yeah.
We've just got... just going off on a few back markers. That's Dax Almond and Ruby Booth there. Just getting a little bit tangled near those tyres.
Oh, he's got the bit between his teeth now.
He has.
I think he's right on the back of John.
Yeah, he is. So Jono getting chased down.
What's Ollie like in the dirt? Is he a motocross rider?
I think he's got a bit of an off-road background. So yeah. So there he is. There's John Oakes.
Is he a youngish lad or?
That's a good question. I think he's maybe early 30s.
Oh.
So yeah, young.
So he's quite really young then.
So it is still John Oakes that leads. But Oliver Granger, he's trying to close that gap.
I think one of the back markers just got in the way slightly. He's just hampered his.
Quick glance over the shoulder there, and he's not right on his tail now, but there he is. He's gone for the outside line. Is he able to close any of that gap up? Not close enough just on this lap, but it is the last lap, so we will just watch. So Jono making his way and tiptoeing off of the off-road section.
I need my glass.
And there we go. There is John Oakes
well done, John.
coming across the line to take a well-deserved victory in our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C Race 2. Second place, and also being promoted to our B Group for the final race of the day, is Oliver Granger. Third is looking like Dean Clark. Then we've got Tommy Sayer taking fourth, and Dax Almond taking third, apologies. Tommy Sayer in fourth, and Dean Clark up to sixth place. Farron Young came across the line there. Just behind him was the 77 of Stephen Haig. Jason Laycock from the back of the grid managed to get himself up to 8th. And then it was Simon Billam 9th and Lewis Cowper in 10th. So that looks like the 85 of Philip Brigg just coming across the line there. And just coming through the off-road, that was Steve Smith. We've seen him have some really good rides, especially at Oliver's Mount. He was going well. I think this weather's probably not suiting his style, unfortunately. He seems to be struggling, so he's down there in 12th. So in the holding area now, this is our British Supermoto Race IQ Group B. So I'm sure there'll be a few names in here that you recognise.
Yeah,
Simon.
there's a few in here. Yeah, there's one of them there, number 211.
Yeah, Chris Lambourne.
Yeah, Prof.
I'm going to try and
few of my teammates in this.
Come in here.
Jason Slater, he was in it, but he's moved up, hasn't he? He rode really well.
He rode really well.
Yeah.
We were saying he's good value for money, but it's probably easier to count the number of places he hasn't crashed than where he has.
Somebody told me before he went out that he was pretty good in the wet. And he didn't. He stayed on.
Was it him? Was it him that told you that? No, he rode really, really well, actually. All joking aside.
I was up at around about 6:30 this morning, and Prof was up ready to go. He was in the only bike in the trip's awning. He was ready to go. So, and then obviously, I don't think he enjoys the rain, but he said he's going to do his best.
Yep. So the riders that moved up from our Supermoto Group C Race 1, they'll be starting from the back of this one, and that will be Ian Rogerson, and it's Corey Leggett. So it looked like it was a spelling mistake on timing this morning. I do apologise, Corey. I didn't think I was saying your name right. So Corey Leggett, the number 89, he's apparently making a return to racing. He's apparently raced before, and he's doing really well, so he's put himself into the Bs. On pole for this one, we'll have the number 58 of Craig Forshaw. Saw him at the lunch break having a little bit of a go out in Graham Hodgson's sidecar.
I didn't see any of that. No, I heard it. Sounded like they were giving it plenty of beans.
Yeah, well, Craig came in, and I can't repeat exactly what he said on commentary, unfortunately. However, he said he liked it, but he did have arm pump from trying to hold on to ours.
Incidentally, 116 there, Harvey Ward. Yeah, he's mainly used to racing jet skis, so it's these wet puddles are suiting him.
He might have got better if he'd have brought a jet ski.
Well, yeah, he's got one for sale.
So
he's bitten by the Supermoto bug now.
Oh, is he?
So he's part of the team trips, and he's doing okay. He's doing well.
That's good. No, he is doing really well. We've still got him down as a novice, and to be fourth in the Bs as a novice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think the last meeting at Oliver's Mount, he won best rider and quite a few
of the day.
trophies he went away with. Yeah.
Did he? Does he have an off-road background?
Yes, he does. Yeah. He's
thought he would.
Pretty good motocross rider and pretty good on a jet ski.
Yeah, there's that close-up view. You can see just on the puddle on the inside of that corner. It's still definitely raining. Not quite as heavy as it was during our A group race. They really got battered by it. Splashing through those puddles. I'm sure we'll see some great photos through there this afternoon. We've got our photographers out there. I think we've got Rob Collier from Shooting It. He's out there. We've also got Claire and Jeff Brooks, so they're doing the Nora photography this weekend. So I do feel a little bit sorry for them. They're going to be absolutely soaked, bless them. Now, there's Dan Spencer.
Dan Spencer, yeah, he's
not mentioned him so far this morning, Dan, but he's currently sat in 17th in the Bs. He's managed to at least get one of those Yamahas up and running. I think he had some issues at Oliver's Mount. I think he made one bike from two.
That's normally the case. He normally plays around with them, doesn't he? They're both pretty trick, I think, but he likes to swap and change a few things about.
Liam Pearson was going well in this last one.
Yes.
He got up to fourth.
Yeah.
We were saying
on the 250.
Yeah, the brain's a good leveler for him on that 250.
He rides it well. Sometimes a little bit wild, but he's quite enjoyable to watch.
Rick, Rick that was in earlier, he got I think he got a nice video of him face planting the berm.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, plopper. He snapped his glasses right in half.
We were watching him yesterday, and he seemed to be going all right. That makes that 250 sing.
Oh, he does. So,
and it just shows you. I mean, all these 450s. I mean, you get somebody on a, what did he qualify? Fourth.
He was 14th in that last race, so he'll be starting from 12th in this one.
I mean, initially qualifying this morning, I think he was about. Was he third? Fourth, or did he drop down?
Qualified.
He was
qualified 16th in the Bs.
Oh right. So, yeah. Sorry, he went out in the novices. He was about fourth. Yeah. Here we go.
Under starters' orders, and away they go. Good start there from Duncan Wright on the TN, the 111. But it's Luke Armitage. So Luke Armitage, coming from the second row, has taken the whole shot. So the 145 and under 21 rider there, he's managing to cover that inside line from Craig Forshaw, and he's leading the pack for this opening lap of our Race IQ B Group Race 2 as they come round. A little bit of a twitch there from the KTM, and he's being chased down by the Automotive Solutions Honda with Craig Forshaw on board. Hopefully he's managed to get rid of that arm pump after the go out in the sidecar earlier on. So we'll watch them as they teeter through it. Forshaw. Oh, we got a few riders down there. So that's a few riders that looks like they've had an issue on the exit of that chicane. So we'll make sure all those riders are okay.
Hopefully they'll be up.
We've got a red flag.
I was going to say it looks like a red flag. They didn't seem to be moving so much.
They were moving. We'll just wait for them. So all the riders just stop right here. Oh, that marshal.
A chance for them guys who didn't get a good start. Second chance.
Oh, I wouldn't want to stop in the puddle. So yeah, we'll wait to make sure all those riders are okay. It looks like what's probably happened is one of them's got out of shape during that with that big puddle there on the inside, and it's had a bit of a domino effect towards the back of the pack. So we'll just have to wait for those riders to be attended to. I think that's going to be all our priority for the time being. I think the riders are being sent back to the paddock. Yeah. So they're being sent back to the paddock. I'm assuming they'll probably be sent back to the holding bay for the time being. And then we'll...
Did we get any information to us what number riders? Yeah.
So, it looks like that was Jamie Wrigglesworth putting his bike back on the stand. So, just get those riders attended to and make sure they're all okay. It's a fast section of circuit that, even in the wet, you're trying to get flat out and full chat as you come through that chicane. And it is really like threading the needle, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You've just got to feather the throttle. Just a tiny little bit too much, you can just flick you straight off, and then it's got the bowling ball syndrome, isn't it? When it catches everybody else off.
I'll be honest, I had a big moment coming the other way on a track day.
At this track?
Yeah, I'd done a track day here a few years ago on my 350, and it had just been rebuilt. So I'd come here on a track day, and we were running the chicane into this infield section.
Yeah.
And I had a set of leathers on that weren't the best. They didn't have that much armour in them, but I thought, I'm only doing a track day, I'm just running it in. And I came through the chicane flat out, and all of a sudden it locked up. And I was like, oh my God, I've blown the bike up, what have I done? And
Scary.
It locked up, and I slid, and just to the outside of that corner there's like a big concrete patch, and it binned me straight there, and I went down, and I was like, oh, ow, that really hurt.
Ouch.
Bit the bike up, and it turns out my front sprocket bolt had come off. And it had jammed up. So luckily I hadn't blown the bike up after it just being rebuilt.
Even if you'd have pulled the clutch in, it still wouldn't have
done anything. Yeah. So yeah, it's a really fast bit of track. So it was probably one of the sketchiest offs I'd had round there, and it always sticks with you as well. That there's Liam Pearson.
Plenty of offs to remember.
Liam Pearson, those leathers looking like they need a good wash.
The problem is they're soaking, aren't they? And if you take them off in between races or whatever, it's just trying to get them back on again, which is the problem.
There's Luke Armitage, who was leading, so he'll be a little bit gutted from that one. Got a cracking start from the second row, and he's got it all to do again. So he's one of our under-21 riders.
Harvey Ward there in one of Richard Sharp's pair of leathers there. Look, he's using.
Yeah.
He's not had any made yet.
Yeah, he's got Sharpie's leathers on. I think he was on Groomy's bike.
No, he's bought a new one. He's just bought
Has he got one?
He's got a brand new 25. Yeah, I think it is.
Proper got the bug then. That's good.
The jet ski's up for sale. It is.
Oh, fair enough. That's good. And if that's a selling point, isn't it? If that's not an advert to come and have a go at racing Supermoto, I don't know what is.
I think he just likes the paddock. I mean, it's such a friendly paddock. I mean, everybody's smiling and helpful, and
even now while they're all sat in the holding area, all the riders are chatting away, and
it's great.
Everyone gets on with everyone, which is nice to see.
But when I finished all them years ago, I mean, it was really friendly then, and it was really quite popular.
Yeah.
And then it seemed to die a little bit, and then it's all come back again.
What sort of year was it that you finished?
Do you know what? I can't remember.
Because my dad started racing Supermoto, which is how I ended up here.
Yes, I remember your dad riding, yeah.
So my dad was racing around 2010, and that was then. And then it was a couple of years after, maybe 2014, where I went, do you know what, I don't fancy having a go.
Yeah, I remember you starting.
Yeah.
That's the 250 there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Liam's 250 that he's got set up there. Sat against the barriers. That's Michael Craig, the Scotsman. He's travelled down.
I don't know, how old is Michael Craig? Because he's in the Supervets Championship with me.
And, you're trying to see if he's got an advantage on you or not.
Well, I'm 61. I think he's younger than me.
Not much in it. There's Andy Hayes. We were having a chat with him.
Andy Hayes, that's him from the Oliver's Man.
It is, yeah. So I was there last weekend for their final round of the season. So
it's a lovely place, isn't it?
Oh, it's lovely. Massive. I nearly had a heart attack walking up those steps again to get to the top paddock.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Andy's lovely. He had a little bit of a slide off at South Bank in race 1.
Yeah. I heard his bike, he sounded like he got shifter problems. It was missing and banging and making a few noises, as they do when your quick shifter's not working.
Yeah, they do. And especially if they get water in them as well.
It's awful. When they're working, they're absolutely brilliant. But when they stop working, it's...
Yeah.
But they never used to have them many years ago.
I mean, I only started running one a couple of years back.
They are good, aren't they?
Yeah.
These new KTMs, when they come out, and I suppose the Husqvarnas as well, they all come with a standard... Well, this these 25 KTMs, as in, well, it's 217 there, but
Yeah.
that's his not number.
Harvey Ward.
They come with a standard quick shifter built in, but
Yeah.
they don't work from first to second. They
Yeah.
work from second, third,
because it's
fourth.
too much of a gap for the
Exactly,
actual
yeah.
ignition to cut out over those, because you've got neutral in the middle.
So the problem is on the start, you need
You
to
need to do it
Yeah, I mean,
firm with
we're
it.
using the second gear start, so you're using. I mean, a lot of them use the first, but a lot of them have got proper quick shifters on them. But I say with the problem when you haven't got a shifter on them, they use a standard one, it won't work from first to second.
Yeah, he's got the standard pipe on that, so he's
Yeah,
thrown some stickers on it for this weekend.
He's got the
I've looked at it.
stickers. He's had the suspension tweaked.
Got Paul Groom there doing Foreshore's goggles
Yeah.
for him, but not bothered to straighten the strap. Darryl Pennington, he's there having a little chat. I know they're all mates, so
This is
Darryl's.
the first ride back for Paul because he broke his foot at Wigan
Ooh,
on a tyre some time ago. Well, the last meeting at Wigan,
yeah.
and that's his first ride back today. So, bit of a nasty break.
Yeah. I heard about that one.
Yeah, the tyre jumped out. Apparently.
Yeah, that's what I got told. It sounded like Jason Slater was telling the story.
No. Oh, this one here. Ah.
Yeah. So, let's just have a little look. Looks like the ambulance is moving away in the background, so that's always a good sign that those riders are getting cleared. So, it looks like we might have had a mechanical issue for one of those riders, and it's maybe collected a few others. But we'll get confirmation when we know those riders are all okay. We'll try and get that information to you as soon as we can. There's the 311 of Jake Sayer. He's been
Sayer,
struggling a little bit, I think, today.
He's normally in the A's, isn't he?
He is. He's normally in the A's, and he's currently 10th. So while we do have a minute, while we wait for these riders to get on track, we'll just mention some of our sponsors. So Race IQ, that sponsor this group, they are developing an app for all your race data. So that'll be coming hopefully soon, so that you can collaborate all your race data. And if you're a team boss, so like your team boss, Chris Walker, he can see your lap times all put together and know who's doing best where. And we've also got in this group Automotive Solutions rider Craig Forshaw. So Paul Reynolds at Automotive Solutions, they are a BMW Mini specialist based in York. It's not a million miles away. I've even taken my old car there, my BMW. So they're absolutely excellent there. So all your BMW Mini needs, fab. So yellow flags are waved, so they're going to get this warm-up lap. And I think it'll be Luke Armitage looking just to do a repeat of race 2. We got some sparks coming off Duncan right there.
Yeah, I think it's the titanium sliders. Yeah,
James Wood was always one for them.
they used to have them on the boots. I mean, they did put a stop to it at one time. They wouldn't allow people to have titanium sliders on the boots because of the sparks.
Bradley Hardy used to
Yeah,
run
I
them.
know he did, yeah.
Bradley Hardy ran them.
Well, that was when his bike was going down the road, though.
It was always good at Cadwell, where you could see them as it got, because it's the final round. As it gets dark, and you can see them flying off.
It does look impressive. I noticed yesterday. Is it Liam Pearson, the young lad on the 250?
Yep, Liam.
He was coming around the course. He was riding the opposite way. He was catching the curb on the way around, and it was sparking all the way down. It looks quite impressive. But
I asked my dad, can I have them? And he was like, no, you're not fast enough.
yeah. What they used to do with the knee sliders years ago is used to drill little holes and put lighter flints in them. So when you put your knee down, you get all sparks going round a corner. And everybody
The things we do to try and look fast, eh?
All the gear and no idea.
There's Harvey Ward, our newcomer. So he's gone for 116 as his race number. So that's not the one that's showing on our timing screen. He is still down as 138X.
Oh, yeah, that was Paul's.
Yeah, it was just down for points, I believe, from all of his mounts. So
pair of Paul's goggles he's got on there. Look, Paul didn't want them pink ones anymore. So.
I thought Jason would like them. They'd go very fetchy with his boots. Oh, this has just turned into Bully and Slater. I feel a little bit bad. Here we go. So they're under starters' orders, and away they go. It's not quite as good a launch from the outside, but he's still there. He's Nick Brown. He's done it again.
Yeah,
And Duncan Wright's there, been swamped up back to 4th quite quickly, and it looks like it was a good start from James Wood as well.
Yeah, good start from my one of my teammates. Oh, they're both coming through there. Harvey and Chris Lambourne.
Great start there for Liam Pearson on that 250. There, he's gone up. Yeah, he's definitely making some moves there. So this opening lap is being led by the 145 of Luke Armitage again. Whole shot from the second row of the grid, right from the outside. Let's see if he can hold it together as we come down Skid Row.
That's a quick round there, is he? That's a good move. Look at that.
That was a really good move there from Forshaw. Really nice and tidy, outside to inside, just as they head up to the off-road. But I think this is where it lets him down slightly. This off-road,
you can
Luke Armitage looks like he's carrying a bit more speed. Is he able to get out in front?
Inside line,
yeah, he's just covered the inside and they've bunched up slightly there. There's Wood looking to try and go around the outside as well. Not quite got enough room.
Whoa!
Yeah, big moment there. Nearly had him. So Forshaw and Armitage, then Wood in 3rd, then it's Duncan Wright in 4th place. Simon Burgess has found his way up to 5th place on the number 53. So there he is in those white, black and yellow leathers on board that Husqvarna. Then it's your teammate Chris Lambourne in 6th and
then Harvey
in 7th. I think you'll learn a lot from Chris, don't you?
Well, he passed him in the last race.
You meant to show a bit of respect at least. Well, coming in and showing off.
I think they're all there. he did catch him. He had quite a good race actually.
So there's them sparks. That was Woody then.
That must have been off his boots, I would have thought.
That is.
He lay down going down the straight.
No, that's off his boots.
Yeah.
So some big sparks there off the 82 of James Wood, who's currently in 3rd place, but keeping the pressure on Luke Armitage. So Luke's currently in our Under-21s championship, and he's 3rd place in that one. That's currently being led by Alex
Just
Delaney.
watching James Wood round there, he's quite handy on the dirt. It seems to.
Oh, that was Harvey Ward there, going quite wide as he hit that tarmac, looking for a way through.
I know, going up the step up, I've seen a few people going straight on onto the bank, overshooting it.
Yeah. There's the Scotsman, Duncan Wright, on board the TM. He's keeping the pressure on, so he will have been, I'm assuming, riding up at our Scottish Championship round last weekend. Some more sparks being kicked up there by James Wood on board that Bathmate KTM.
They're all staying pretty tight around that corner, so
there's nothing in it.
Favourable.
A little bit of a glance over the shoulder there from Armitage, and I think he'll know that he has got James Wood breathing down his neck. Forshaw is out in front and is currently fastest on track, but it's only just over a second lead on Armitage, so not a right lot of breathing room. So this is where Forshaw found a way through. It looked like Armitage was just a little bit slower and a little bit more tentative.
That's right, yeah. He seemed to catch him a little bit on the dirt, but
yeah,
it's working really well though, that dirt section. The conditions, it's either or. It's not really.
Looks like your teammates are having a good squabble there.
Have
you seen? Yeah. So that's Chris Lambourne and Harvey Ward. You saw Harvey Ward splashing through that puddle trying to go around the outside of Chris Lambourne, but you're going to have got up earlier than that.
And he was up early.
So it looks like Wright has found a way through on James Wood on that last lap. So Duncan Wright's promoted himself up to 3rd place, and he's now chasing down Luke Armitage. And Simon Burgess looking racy, sat there in 5th. He's able to look up the inside. He's not quite close enough to Woody on that one.
It's strange when you're watching this on the monitor here, because I'm leaning over, I'm leaning towards you around the corners, I'm leaning over the other side. It's almost like I'm riding.
I know. Oh, at least it's not just me.
At least I'm not getting wet.
Oh, we've got a new fastest lap, and it's Harvey Ward.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's he doing now? Is it 120?
128.3 on that one, which in traffic, that's impressive. So in traffic with very tricky conditions, has he found a way through on Prof just now? It looked.
I think if he's going to get...
Oh, that's one of the Rogerson's brothers.
Yeah.
That looked like Ian Rogerson there, just picking up probably a broken handguard after having taken a little bit of a lie down there. So he's up and okay.
I think this little pack of riders here, they're getting a little bit frustrated with each other.
Yeah. I think they're going to try and get that bike off track if they can. It won't be long before these riders make their way towards them. Just see how much spray's being kicked up.
Yeah. It's not let up, is it still there?
Yeah, it's still very much
Hammering
raining.
it down.
It is. So Duncan Wright, he's not able to just sort of get any closer as they head round South Bank to Luke Armitage, but Simon Burgess is all over his back wheel, so he needs to be careful. And Craig Forshaw, there's definitely not much of an advantage there either.
I thought Dan Billen would have been a bit further up. He was going quite well in qualifying. He's down in 11th place.
I know, he's got that pesky 250 in front of him with Ian Pearson on board.
Which you'd think on the straight he'd be able to power past him, but...
Yeah, so Dan's one of those riders that came from sort of a mini bike, sort of road race style background, but his off-road skills really
He's
improved.
riding every week. Every was at Enduro in and Green Lane in.
Oh, look how close Armitage was to Forshaw there on that outside line. It might be the case that one of those riders in that group's going to have to pick a different line to try and make a move. They can't all be following.
It's made quite a bit of difference with it being tarmac down there, because all the muck what's normally brought on the track, especially in the wet, there's hardly anybody really losing the back end as they come out.
Yeah, we saw.
Still got to be careful, but
we saw one rider. It was Richard Blakeman. He took a lovely little tumble
nice
earlier, but he was all right.
Bit of a wobble when he stood up.
It was more the stand up and couldn't find where his bike was. Bless him. So Simon Burgess looking for a way around the outside of Duncan Wright. So trying to get the power down towards that chicane. Nice tidy ride from Armitage though. He's currently sat in second.
Yeah, is he an ex-road racer, Luke Armitage?
He is. I think he also mechanics for a team as well. Sort of Moto 3-ish.
Does
I'm not 100% sure. I know that last time
on the world level.
Last time he was here, we'd had to fly back in from another round to be able to come and race to get here. So Harvey Ward's definitely made some moves there. I don't think he needed an invitation to try and come through.
Harvey's up to 4th, which will put him in second place if he finishes like this in the final.
It will. It'll put him on for second place in our Race IQ B Group Race 3 later on this afternoon.
Ooh.
Oh, Burgess going around the outside. That's a long way round.
Oh, he's got him. Yeah,
he has. So
he's still finding his feet. Harvey is. I mean, it's.
of course, he's definitely still got a lot to learn on a Supermoto bike. Oh, another moment there from Burgess. Yeah, definitely making us nervous. Oh, they go 2 by 2 as they head down towards the Spa hairpin. Ward looking around the outside as well.
So who's the best in the off-road between these two then?
I'll have to wait and see. So
one outside, one inside line.
Well, it looks like it.
Harvey's going outside.
Yeah, Harvey's gone outside. And it looks like he's carried the speed.
Oh yeah, that was a
nice easy pass.
Quite a big advantage of that as well.
Yeah. But is he able to hold it together when they get back to South Bank, or is it going to repeat itself? Last lap flag is out. You can really see that rain coming down again now. It looks like it gets heavier just as we wait for our A riders to come out. There we go. Another thing to mention, Harvey's probably not got that bike set up just yet either. If it's a new bike, not only to him, it won't be as plush.
Yeah, they're still finding the feet. Him and his dad are taking advice off Chris Walker and Paul Groom and Jason and everybody who's been riding a little while, you know.
Yeah, he's got plenty of people around him with sort of lots and lots of experience, especially in that trips team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he seems to be getting quicker every time he goes out. So,
well, that's what you want.
And every time he comes to a meeting, he'll have something bolted on extra. I know he's bought a new seat. Not sure that'll make him any quicker, but it looks good.
There's Craig Forshaw. He must be making some time up through the tarmac because he didn't look confident.
No, he didn't. Hey, Harvey's up.
Where's he come from?
What's happening?
Where's he come from?
Where's that?
From fourth to first on the last corner.
Wow, that is pretty impressive.
What a pass!
The person we were just talking about.
What a pass! Very well done there to that man. He has just put the cat amongst the pigeons there to put himself into the A's as well.
As we were talking, he actually...
What a pass. So from fourth to first and a fastest lap. A 1:27.1.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible ride there.
Something just clicked on that last lap. Especially when you said he's learning his feet, you know, he's finding his feet.
Oh, fastest lap got pinched just at the end by Dan Billam. Dan Billam just pinched it there from 8th.
Somebody else who was talking about earlier on, Dan Billam, I mean, he's obviously just not getting the start.
Yeah, he finished that one in 8th place, but it was Harvey Ward that clinched first, away from Craig Forshaw, who led most of that race. And
he seemed to struggle on that last lap.
Craig got demoted down to 3rd on that last lap, so he'll be starting from pole for our B Group race 3. But it'll be Harvey
I wonder if there was a little bit of sandbagging going on there. Do you think he might have finished 3rd to finish on pole?
You can't be accusing him of that.
No.
He'll get plenty of stick in that team, I can tell you that, if that was the case.
No, I don't. Everybody seems to say that if you finish, if you're leading and then you finish 3rd in the second race and you go out in the final and win it, then it's normally what happens.
I don't think I've been accused of sandbagging. I've been accused of many things, but not that. What are you doing messing about back there?
It's quite common.
I know. Well, that was a really exciting race. And I'm sure we'll get to see Harvey Ward, see how he finds the A group.
We're going to see him on the podium.
Yeah, we'll see if we manage to get to that podium. It will be our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship A race riders. And at the back of this one, your teammate, Jason Slater.
Yeah, Jason in the A group, He wanted to qualify in the A's, as everybody does. But I think he's impressed all of his teammates today.
Now I don't want there to be any commentators' curse.
No.
But I think we all know what we want Jason to do today. Results are good, but we all know what we want Jason to do today.
Well, we'll see. Pressure's on him now in the A group last race.
So on pole, it is the 1-2-1 over Ryan Kringle after a very well-deserving win.
Yeah, great passes.
Great passes. Alongside him will be the 100 of Alex Mullaney and Lee Williams and Jamie Duncan rounding out that front row. Row 2, we've got Harley Sharp. So he finished in 5th place in that one, in front of team boss Chris Walker, his dad Richard Sharp, and Chris Hodgson. He managed to find a way back up to 8th after his tip-off at the far end of the circuit. Richard Blakeman up to 9th after his tumble. Then it's Dean Hillier in 10th, Oliver Holmes in 11th, Peter Bennett in 12th, Paul Groom 13th, Christopher Eastwood in 14th, and Darryl Pennington in 15th. Jason Slater will be in 16th and Kyle Eccleston in 17th as well.
Good to see Lee on the podium, just getting back, finding his feet again, as he used to be a top rider in the Supermoto Championship.
Him and his dad are absolutely lovely.
Yeah, great guys.
And like he said, he just keeps trying to find little bits each time they go out there. And he had a spill off in qualifying, so when he came back, I saw his dad trying to hose down his body warmer to try and get it back to blue from brown. Oliver Holmes, he had a really good weekend last weekend at the Scottish Championship held up in sunny Crail. He actually managed to beat Jamie Duncan for the overall in that race up there last weekend, so and going out there and finishing that one in 11th, just outside the top 10. I think he'll still be happy with that.
Yeah.
I know he has struggled in the wet before trying to find grip, but he seems happy on that KTM this weekend.
I know Chris has swapped his bike. He was riding a different bike earlier. We swapped his wheels, Chris Walker, and we put him onto his best bike, which he likes a lot better. Incidentally, Keith Williams, Lee's dad, brings us kippers from the Isle of Man. If anybody likes smoked kippers, go see Keith.
Getting all the insider gossip. I haven't.
They're lovely.
I'm Morecambe's.
Bread
We're
and
potted
butter.
shrimp. We're potted shrimp in Morecambe.
Potted shrimp.
That's what we've got. Yeah. There's Alex Mullaney. I was actually having a little chat about him on the lunch break and saying how good it was to see Alex looking like he was riding with his head.
Yes.
And he looked really comfortable but also sensible.
He did well at road racing last week, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. On the R6, I think it was.
He was. I was talking to him. He was telling me his times were good for sort of mid-pack British Championship, BSB level 600s. So I think he's still going to do Supermoto. He said that's where his love is. But I think where he's going to go. I mean, it's.
Well, we've seen that with quite a few riders. At Oliver's Mount last week, and we were chatting about the riders that have gone to sort of world level that have started here.
Christian
Idin,
David Todd,
Ryan Dixon was
Ryan
there.
Dixon.
He was there last weekend. He did really well. He was leading the feature race at one point.
Was he?
He was flying.
Not seen Ryan for a long time.
So they're under starters orders. And away they go. Oh, like a good start from Chris Walker on row 2. Look at him go.
He loves that bike.
He's just shut the door on Jamie Duncan. Oh, he did very well not to take out Chris Hodgson there. Oh, that's tough for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, but there was just nowhere for him to go. It's Chris Walker still out in front, but Kringle nipped up the inside.
You know what? Chris mentioned this. He was on about hole shotted on that bike, and that's exactly what he's just done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan.
It is green flags though as they barrel on down towards the far end of the seat. So it is Kringle there out in front still.
He's fun to watch, Ryan Kringle, isn't he? He's.
Oh, he is. He's been so exciting to watch. And,
I'm happy for Chris to be there in second place.
Oh, absolutely.
Where's the usual contenders? Where's
so Alex was showing
Chris
in
Hodgson.
Chris is about 5th. We've got Dad and Lad having an argument in the middle there for 4th. So we've got Richard and Harley Sharp battling over 4th place there, and it looks like it is. It's Dad that's come out on top on that lap. So Harley there down to 5th place as they cross the line. Which again, very respectfully, still in front of 18-time British Supermoto champion Chris Hodgson. So that's nothing to shake a stick at.
He's just not quite shining today, is he, as he normally is? Which is good for the television and good for the... I mean, I know he's a great rider and everything, but I mean...
Chris is also a very clever rider. And he needs 14 points to win today.
Does he?
To win the championship. We were having a little chat about this earlier. I think it's 14 points and he takes the championship. I know Chris would like to take the championship in front, but he's also not daft. In conditions like this, he won't be taking any risks, and he's just going to, if an opportunity presents itself, he'll take it, which it looks like he's going for one now.
Yeah, exactly. There's not many of them want to...
Oh!
Sir Daisy.
Is that going to allow Walker through?
Go on, Chris.
Go on, Chris. Oh, Kringle showing in the edge of the trap, but that's allowed Richard Sharp to come and have a go. Absolutely cracking racing there. Kringle looking fast through that off-road, isn't he? Yeah, this off-road, like you say, those two lines so evenly matched.
Yeah, they're really good. Yeah.
It looks like
I saw Richard hit the berm, then he looks
like we've had another rider go down, which is the 108 of Dean Hillier. He's currently showing on our timing screen as down in 17th, and he's just dropped off. So wondering if he's retired from this one. Jamie Duncan is showing in 16th, so he's about 16 seconds adrift of this one.
It just shows the level. I mean, Jason Slater started at the back there, and I mean he's not been hanging about all day. Yeah, it just shows you the level between the.
I'll be honest.
Top of the B's and the A's.
He's up to 11th. He's got my vote for rider at day at the minute. He's flying.
Lad. Yeah,
absolutely flying. So
at the
51. Shh.
not literally. Whoa, there we go. That's
he was trying.
That's a shame.
He was pushing him all the way there, and the rear tyre just gave up on him. So that's Richard Sharp down. Can Harley Sharp now try and take over on this battle for the lead? He's got Alex Mullaney just in front of him.
I'm so glad he's not run out of petrol, because I was just wondering whether I'd filled his tank. I'd have never lived that one down.
He's got 7 laps to go. He's got 7 laps to go, Simon.
I know.
Oh, there's Dean Hillier in the background just pushing back that Goon Squad Racing Yamaha. So he has retired from this one.
So it's Ryan. Ryan's out and Alex is back up to second now, isn't he? Yeah.
So Alex now, as they come across the line, the timing screen will reset to show that Richard Sharp has dropped down the order.
Where's Richard gone then? Did I miss that?
Yeah, so Richard, when he spun out of that rear.
I thought that was Chris Walker.
No.
He's dropped to 8th.
Yeah, so Chris Walker's...
Sorry, that's me not paying attention.
He has dropped down, but it looks like we've had a few. So Kringle's still out in front. Then it's Alex Mullaney in second place on board the number 100 Automotive Solutions. Harley Sharp, the youngster, and again second in the under-21s. He's there in third place, chasing them down. This is where we lost Richard Sharp on that last lap.
I thought it was Chris, sorry. My fault.
It's all right.
Apologies.
They're all looking the same, you see. It's not easy, this commentating, Mark, is it?
No, it definitely not. You make it sound easy.
Oh, I don't know about that. Alex is making this look easy. He's really looking tidy behind Kringle. Yeah. And we've seen Kringle look a little bit leery. He's had that raw pace, but Alex is looking nice and tidy and able to keep with him. So hopefully Alex uses his head. He knows what he's got to do. Chris Hodgson sat there in 4th place. Then we've got Lee Williams and Richard Blakeman there back to 6th. Richard Sharp's managed to rejoin into 7th.
Paul up to 8th.
Paul Groom up to 8th, yeah.
And Jason in 10th.
If Jason a top 10 in an A group race, that's cracking. There is a big old battle in the mid-pack. That's being led by Darryl Pennington back there.
Oh, dear.
That's Peter Bennett going down there. So just clipping bars with someone and taking a tumble. That was Peter Bennett. Then that's Jason Slater with... That's Oliver Holmes behind him there. So that's promoted Jason Slater up to 9th.
Let's keep it on the black stuff, as they say.
Kringle is not extending that lead like we saw in the first race. He's not able to run away with it at the front just yet. Yeah, but Harley Sharp still sat there in 3rd. That's again a very, very well-deserved podium for him if he can bring it home. So it is Kringle entering the off-road section, closely followed by Mullaney. See, another big moment there for Kringle. But he is able to stay on.
Yeah, I know he is. He seems to be... I think he's got some £20 notes strapped to his
he's good at
handlebar grips.
He's good at just staying on. Just stays on. Some big moments. There's the 121. And he is fast on this tarmac infill section, just back in that case.
He's got a road racing background, hasn't he, Ryan?
He has, yeah. He's come from a road racing background. I believe coming over from the Isle of Man.
I'm going to say Isle of Man, yeah. Does he do the road circuit stuff then, or was it?
I haven't seen him at it. I know he has done a bit of both, I believe. Bit of the short circuits. Oh, Chris Hodgson, is he going to look up the inside? Is he just biding his time now as we have 4 laps remaining in this one? Oh, big splash through the puddles.
You see how it unsettles the bike, the water.
Yeah, it really does. And you can't see it from this angle, but as you're on the braking zone into this top corner, there's sort of like potholes that they've tried to fill. So again, trying to get on the brakes in these wet conditions, trying to find that grip. I think that might be what happened to Chris Hodgson in race 1 when he took the front. Just miscalculated how much grip there was there.
Yeah, he did lose the front, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he just slid straight off into the grass.
I thought that would have been a lot more slippier. It doesn't look. I know the dirt's carried onto the track, but
Doesn't seem
nobody
to be
seems to light up out of there. It seems to be.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be causing them really any problems out there, which is good. I think Chris Hodgson's getting a little bit impatient there on board that TM now behind Harley Sharp. He's really putting the pressure on. Is he able to find a way through? Chris won't want to take any chances or any risks here, because last thing he wants is to end up on the deck. So he'll be only waiting until this opportunity sort of presents itself to him. He won't be forcing the issue, I don't think. And then it is a little bit of a way back now to Lee Williams in fifth. So Willow on the 94, there he goes.
Richard in sixth,
Yeah.
Richard Blakeman.
He's in a fairly lonely sixth as well, because it's then 16.5 seconds back to Sharpie and then 7.5 back to Walker. Well, it is still the 74 of Chris Hodgson that we're watching, and if he's able to find a way through on young Harley.
Looks like Paul Grimm's had a bit of a moment. Jason's in 13th and Paul's in 14th. And Peter Bennett's obviously... Did he pull out or did he get going again?
He's still going, so he's in 15th. It looks like Darrell Pennington's done all right, so he's up to 10th. He's found a way through on Oliver Holmes, and Chris Eastwood down in 12th. So, we're watching here. Hodgson looking really smooth as he come round here, and it feels like we're sort of watching and waiting to see if either Harley makes a mistake or if Chris Hodgson will try and force the issue, or whether he's just going to be happy to take a fourth in this one.
So how many points again does he need?
I believe it's 14. Oh,
really
a bit of a moment,
isn't
there.
it? Yeah. They all seem to have the same wobble, don't they, over there?
Yeah. There it is. So Sharp still leading with just the about a lap and a half now as they go into the off-road section. They'll be taking the last lap as they come across the line next time round. Kringle again, he hasn't ran away with this one. He has looked
so with the overall
loose.
Positions, so we've got one more group left, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got one more block of races after this one. So we've got this race, and then it'll be our Academy race coming up shortly, and then we'll take a little break. There he is, our race leader, Ryan Kringle. He did say this is only one of his third rounds here at the British Supermoto Championship, and to be leading his second race, I think it's fair to say he's going to be one to watch, hopefully, as we go into the final round of this championship next month. There he is. But Alex Mullaney, he's really ridden with his head on this one. He hasn't really been able to challenge. I think that's fair to say. He hasn't been able to challenge for a race lead in this one.
He looks pretty settled, doesn't he?
He does. It looks like he has settled for this one. And again, Alex will know Ryan Kringle is not a championship contender. Getting past him today will be a couple more points in the overall, but realistically, he's not in front of anyone he needs to be.
Did you see that there?
Did. Big sideways moment, and it sent Alex sideways as well.
I think the speed they're carrying over the step up with the tarmac and the grip they're getting off the jump with it being tarmac, it's just letting them into that berm, and they're like slamming into it, which is good.
Yeah, it is. Checkered flag goes out, and it is the 1-2-1 of Ryan Kringle that takes our Trips UK British Supermoto Group A Race 2 win. Second place, the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, and third place, a well-deserved third for Harley Sharp. So we're just going to keep a quick eye on that off-road section, because there were some really close battles going on there in the mid-pack. There's Jamie Duncan. He's stalled it, I think.
I think he just pushed him out slightly on that corner then.
Yeah, so Duncan not showing on our timing screen. I think he's in 11th, so that may have even been his teammate. That could have been Ollie. There they are. So I'm going to have to pop out now and then try and grab some little interviews with our top 3, which I'm looking forward to, having a chat with Alex, Harley and...
Thanks for having me in this commentary box.
Yeah, no,
I'll go
it's been
and
a pleasure.
congratulate my teammates.
Yep, you go and congratulate
Thank you
your
very
teammates
much.
and I'll nip outside. God. So we're here with Harley Sharp. That was a very well-deserved 3rd place, and you were definitely kept a lot of pressure on you there from Hodgson. Did you know it was Chris behind you?
I actually didn't. I didn't look behind me all race. I was focusing on Alex and just trying to limit mistakes. And yeah, good race. Had a couple of changes on the first one. Yeah, felt way more comfortable in that one, and yeah, no mistakes. Same again for the next one, hopefully.
I think that was probably the best thing you could do, which was focus on going forwards, chasing down under 21's championship leader as well. But no, excellent race then from you there.
Yeah, we're getting there now, getting close to Alex. It's always nice to battle with him, so shame Brad went down. I hope he's all right. Yeah, good race, thank you.
I know he got back up. And we'll grab a word with Alex again. Another 2nd place, but I have to say, you looked really clean and tidy in that one, and you kept closer to Kringle.
I mean, to be fair, in that one, I think I could have beat him. I had a bit of an issue with the goggles. Could stick with him a lot better in that race, but on lap 1, on the first lap, I got splashed with a load of dirt, and my tail got stuck on, so I couldn't get rid of it. So I had a bit of vision issues all race, but no, happy with 2nd place. It is what it is. But hopefully in the next one I can win it.
That's the plan, I'm sure. And yeah, I think we might be doing a reverse grid as well, so that's always adds to the excitement.
Oh yeah, it'd be interesting. Just hope to come out on top, eh? Hope for the best.
And Ryan, another race win, and again, like you said earlier, only your first season really in the championship. You did well to do some of those saves.
Yeah, there's a few that were actually beyond my control, just a bit of luck there, but I think I wasn't the only one. I think it was quite hard conditions, but no, I really enjoyed it. You know, I just tried to go to the front and just control it for the first couple of laps, and then I started pushing on a bit more and more then. But you know, I've got to go up to AGR Motorsport really. I've struggled all year with my crashing and that, and it's no secret I crash all the time. And through this time off of having me back and that, we've gone back to the drawing board and we've made some pretty big changes, and obviously it's working right now. So more interested now to go to tomorrow in some dry conditions and see where we're at then. And you know, this will be the end of it now till next year, because when the last round's on, we're actually due a baby, so I won't be at that one. So yeah, hopefully have a good day tomorrow and it'll go to Mete, and that'll be the end of the year.
Well, fingers crossed. We've got one more race left for today, but I'll nip back inside now and we'll get our academy riders out for their second race of the day. So, out on track now is our FF Solutions Academy Race 2, and it is being led again by the number 41 of Edward Darnton. So, Darnton making his way into the off-road section. He's being chased down by Max Rhodes. Now, I believe we are missing the number 6 of Tyler Clark. I believe that's because he was one of the riders involved in that incident that resulted in the red flag in our B group. So, hopefully he's okay. But Darnton, he currently leads us on this opening lap, and into the second lap he's got a 1.6 second advantage over Max Rhodes in second. Then it's Archie Reynolds in third. Fourth place, brother Cole Reynolds on board his TM, so I'm sure Dad Paul Reynolds of Automotive Solutions will be sat on the sidelines cheering them both on. So as they come down into the infield section, Rhodes looking a lot closer on that lap to Darnton, and a little glance over the shoulder from Darnton. I think he might know he'll need to pull his finger out if he doesn't want to be passed by the RWJ rider. And as they splash their way through the puddles on that chicane and make their way down to the far end of the circuit, you can see the different patches of tarmac there that make it really bumpy. And then up round this off camber hairpin, and then down towards what was fondly known as Skid Row from last season. We haven't seen many riders go down there so far today, which I think is good. That they're managing to make the most of it. So, Ed going for inside, Max going to the outside. Max not able to capitalise on that alternative line choice. And if anything, Darnton has, and he's actually pulled a little bit of an advantage. Archie Reynolds also looking to try and get himself up into the mix, and it looks like Cole Reynolds has an issue, as you can see in the background there. He's now behind the number 79 of Jackson Bennett, so he's had an issue on that last lap. We've currently got 8 riders out on circuit, so we're currently led by Darnton on the fastest lap with a 1 minute 32.733. Rhodes in second, then it's Archie Reynolds in third. Jackson Bennett moves himself up to 4th place, with Cole Reynolds demoted to 5th on the number 10. Rip Jennings in 6th, Joshua Walker in 7th, and Jackson Nuttall rounding out 8th. So as they come through, Archie Reynolds is definitely trying to close that gap on Max Rhodes. And Max still seemingly looks closer again through here, but seemingly loses it through the off-road. So watching them as they head down this start-finish, Darnton will know that he's there. He has had a quick glance over the shoulder and just needs to sort of get his head down now and focus. So Max really close to him as they go into this infield section, and then before they enter the off-road, again Darnton opting for the inside, Max taking the outside, and it seemingly means that Archie also takes the outside and closes the gap up even more. See that dirt being carried out onto the circuit, and just how sort of slimy it's getting out there. And it is still raining, you can see that on your screen, it is still actively raining, so there's no chance of the track becoming just greasy, which is good. Darnton there with that bright yellow helmet on the 41, he's pushing out in front on board his Yamaha, but fastest lap that time went to Max Rhodes. So the number 58 definitely found something on that lap, managing a 1 minute 31. Watching him again, these riders keeping their feet on the pegs, which for me is very brave in these conditions. Max looking for a wheel up the inside there, but just not enough room from Darnton, but he does close right in on him here in this section of the circuit. Darnton splashing his way through those puddles, and Max will be contending with the spray that will be being kicked up. It won't be quite as bad as what's being kicked up off the 450s, but it's definitely still enough to be annoying. And then round up this really slippy section of the circuit, Darnton just using that inside foot, does a bit of a feeler, and again taking a nice wide line. You can see just how much water we've had. That puddle on the outside creeping across now towards where the riders are, squaring off that corner. Max again outside to inside, and it looks like they've got a bit of a bungee cord on them. Darnton seems to sort of extend his lead in this section of the circuit, whereas Max makes it up on the tight twisty infield areas. Just coming up on a back marker of Jackson Nuttall there, the 183, so riders looking to make their way around him there, and he sent Max Rhodes the long way around, but that's allowed Archie Reynolds to just close that gap ever so slightly. And it's also meant that Ed Darnton's got some breathing room around South Bank on this lap with 3 remaining. So Max definitely not close enough to be able to attempt for a pass, but hopefully this will allow him to carry a little bit more speed as they come round. Quick glance over the shoulder, and he's noticed now that the number 5 of Archie Reynolds has really closed in on that lap with the back marker. And there they are, back again down this back straight towards the far end. But it is still Darnton, Rhodes and Reynolds are our top 3. Jackson Bennett is still showing as 4th on our timing screen on the number 79 KTM. And then it's just over 11 seconds back to the number 10 of Cole Reynolds in 5th. So up the Bathmate step up. And again, these riders all taking the same lines that they have done for every lap previous on this race. I think it might be interesting to see Max Rhodes try taking that inside line to see if there's anything he can do there. Not always a fan of following, but maybe trying to switch it up, because he does look like that gap doesn't get any better. He's not able to close in on him there. And 2 laps remaining. Fastest lap on that one though, and for this race has gone to the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, who currently sits in 3rd. So he's now really putting the pressure on Max Rhodes. So it is about a second between each of our top 3. But just on that lap, it looks like Max has found something, and he's really closing on Darnton. So just dropping Archie Reynolds ever so slightly on that one. And Rhodes, bit of a moment there from the 41 of Ed Darnton as he spins the rear up, and we've seen people go down there already in earlier races this afternoon. So we know just how slippy it is, and these young riders managing to ride these 2-stroke machines in the wet is no mean feat. Although they're on smaller capacity bikes, trying to ride 2 strokes in the rain is never going to be plain sailing. And again, up the Bathmate step up. Again, Darnton to the inside, Max to the outside. And both riders just splashing through those puddles. It definitely looks closer on this lap as they head back out onto the tarmac. And it looks like Darnton got a good run getting the power down on that Yamaha onto the start finish. And it is the last lap being shown. So it's just one more passing of this circuit that Darnton needs to keep it together to take another race win. Is he going to be able to do it? Round here in this infield section, again trailing that inside leg, just watching out for the standing water that does pool on that corner where the curbs are. There's no curb as you come round South Bank, so that's not too bad. You can sort of go as close to the white line as you sort of dare. But like Simon said earlier, it is a little bit bumpy. Darnton still covering that inside line. He's not allowing Max to show a wheel, and Max just isn't quite close enough on this lap. So both riders splashing through those puddles down the back straight for the final time of asking in our FF Solutions Design and Build Academy Race 2. And they really are putting on a great show for us this afternoon. And oh no, that was the 58 of Max Rhodes. He just tucks the front at the bottom of Skid Row and he slides out of 2nd place. That allows Archie Reynolds up to 3rd. Hopefully he doesn't drop back too far. But that has promoted the number 5 of Archie Reynolds up to 2nd place in the very closing stages of this race. So there he is. There is Archie Reynolds onto the back straight. Ed Darnton comes across the line to take a well-deserved victory in our final race of this block this afternoon, and Max Rhodes gets that Husqvarna 85 picked up and back going relatively quickly to come across the line in 3rd place. So disappointing end of the race for him. I'm sure he'll be frustrated with that one, just tucking the front, but it's easily done down there. We've been saying it all day how slippy it is and how easily that is done. 4th place, it's the 79 of Jackson Bennett, so he's crossed the line relatively lonely there on his own, crossing the line, and we take a look up towards the dirt for our final few riders. So riders stopped on track to have a little chat and a little natter. All of them giving each a bit of respect and are well done. So all these riders get on really well and they're good friends in the paddock. So that was really nice to see. Nice little moment there from our top 4. So these riders are now going to make their way back round the circuit while trying to pull some wheelies, may I add. And they'll make their way back to the paddock, where we will take another break before we are rejoined for some more racing a little bit later on. It will be the final block of races here at Teesside Autodrome for round 7 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. And I think it's fair to say this weather's very much set in for the day. So we will be back a little bit later on with our C groups for their race 3.
Back. I'm standing in for Danielle. Last minute substitution. I'm sure she'll re-emerge momentarily, but I think she's disappeared during Superlights and is probably stuck somewhere having a chat. So we're back in for C group. And because I've just walked into the room, I've got no idea who's where. But that's Dax Almond. There we go, we've got some Bath May riders in there. That looks like a vintage Evo class bike at the back there. Love the fact that the weather says that it's raining, as if we didn't know. So yeah, we've got Dax Almond, Tommy Sayer and Dean Clark on the front row. Farron Young, Stephen Haig, Jason Laycock on second row. Third row, Simon Billham, thinking it was going to be Dan Billham. Lewis Cooper, Phil Rigg. Then Steve Smith, Lee Room, Adam Hilton. And then on row 5, Matt Granger, Tony Gold and Craig Loud. Dax Almond, I think Dax Almond's maybe still on a 250. Which, if he is super impressive, because he's well down on power. Hopefully, grid's going to disappear any second, and they're off. Let's see. There we go. Okay, everyone's safely around. Turn 1. That is Dax holding on to the lead. And yeah, I'm not sure if he's on a 250 or a 450 now, but if he is on a 250, he's he's smoking him. There he is. So yeah, coming around the corkscrew, first man into the dirt. I would say after the Superlights have been out, I've just been up there actually, and it is super wet, and it's worse than it looks on here. And yeah, you can see the ruts. It looks smooth across the top, but it's only smooth because it's so full of water, and you can't. I'm not sure how you can tell which rut you're going to pick, to be honest, but you're just ploughing on. Danielle's returned. Here she is. So yeah, across the line we got Dax Almond has led the first race. Tommy Sayer in second, and Fadji in third. What's Fadji? 184. There he is. So yeah, getting hounded by Dean Clark. He's right on his case. Put a headset on, Danielle. Where have you been?
Well, we saw the Superlights come in and didn't see these guys get ready to go out. Heard no calls, so I do apologise.
Is Dax still on a 250?
He is.
Yeah, so...
Dax is on a 250, so with the rain we've been saying all day, it's been a real leveller.
He's got the most powerful 250 in...
yeah, ex-Alex Mullaney 250, so... it was well fettled when he was racing it, but again, that's a few years ago now. Alex has been on a 450, so it's not in the flush of youth, that bike. There's the 184 of Farron Young, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying again, not the most powerful machine out there. But Farron, he's currently sat in third place. He is just behind the 16 of Tommy Sayer. And he's tried taking that opposite line there, going inside to outside as they come up the off-road, and bashing bars there with the number 6 of Dean Clark. So, down on to the start-finish straight. It's a fastest lap there for Dax Almond with a 1 minute 30.887. And then it's about 4.8 seconds back there to Tommy Sayer. Dean Clark's found a way through on Farron Young. And then it is... Let's have a look at our timing. Jason Laycock, our faller from race 1, he's managed to find his way back up to 6th. So it is Dean Clark that's the man on the mission there in 3rd place. He's chasing down Tommy Sayer, and it looks like he was alongside him as they went up the step up, Simon. There he is. So, oh, we got a rider pulled over to the side. That's one of our mini bike riders. And there's Tommy still managing to hold on to that 2nd place. So they've got 4 laps to go. Tommy Sayer is about 6.9 seconds adrift of our race leader, Dax Almond, who's currently leading this on his 250.
It's alright, I'm just getting my bearings.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of a hectic start to our final block of races, yeah. We decided to get up and running. So
Dean's in 3rd, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, Dean Clark's in 3rd, chasing down Tommy Sayer there. He's able to he's alongside him as they head up the off-road, but not close enough.
6.9 seconds in front, so he's... got a fair old lead. That's, what's his name again? That is Dax.
Yeah, Dax Almond's on Alex Mullaney's old 250, so we're saying he's out in front in the lead on the 250. Tommy Sayer on that 450. He's had some consistent rides today, being in sort of podium contention, but not able to move up. Dean Clark looks like he gets a really good run up the Bathmate step up.
Yeah.
Is he able to carry the speed though? And he has on this occasion. Yeah. Oh, feet off the pegs there for Sayer.
So Dax, it just shows you that the 250s are at no disadvantage really.
Yeah, the
30.7 fastest lap from Dax.
Yeah, he keeps going quicker and quicker. Farron Young's down in 4th place on his Beta, and then Jason Laycock, who was off all in race 1, he's now found a way past Lewis Cowper up to 5th.
Up to 5th, yeah.
So we've got Stephen Haig in 7th on the number 77, so all the 7s there.
And it is Dan Billam's dad.
Simon Billam.
Yeah, Simon, yeah.
I'm sure he's out there having some fun, riding around in the rain today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
And then Rigg in 9th.
Yeah, Philip Rigg in 9th on the 85. Steve Smith, the 671, he rounds out the top 10. We've got Tony Gould in 11th on the 770. Lee Room in 12th. Matthew Granger in 13th. Adam Hilton.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
that's
Dean Clark there.
Dean Clark.
That was nearly a repeat of Jason Laycock's slide off earlier, wasn't it? He just bins it there on Skid Row.
So that's Tommy Sayer.
That's Tommy now getting a bit of breathing room.
Into 2nd.
Yeah, back up to 2nd with Farron now chasing him. So Dax Almond's just done another fastest lap.
Yeah, 1:30.4. Yeah. So he's.
Yeah, he's pulling out in front.
14 seconds.
Yeah, 14 seconds
that's
up the
a fair
road.
old lead.
Yeah, I've barely seen him at all. And then it's a further 9 seconds back to Jason Laycock. Oh, we just heard a new fastest lap from one of our mini bike riders, but I don't think he has actually managed a 42-second lap time, so I think that one will get disallowed.
Bit of course cutting there. Perhaps not
Just a bit.
intentional.
Just a bit. There's our race leader. That's the 97 of Dax Almond, Automotive Solutions rider on the board. That 250.
Is that a 250?
Yeah, it is. It's Alex Mullaney's old 250. Promise.
Yeah, I believe you.
So he's
Twin
got 2
pipes
laps to
on
go.
it.
Yeah, twin DVRs for a 250.
Because you had a 250 for a while, didn't you?
A little bit. That's him gone down in the off-road, picked it back up and not lost a place. I did. I had a KTM 250, which I managed to blow up at Three Sisters.
Oh dear.
I didn't have that one for much longer. Then I went to a 350. So,
What did you think to the 350?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved it. One of my favourite bikes.
Like a very fast over-tuned 250.
Yeah, but like you get the flickability of it.
Yeah.
So
it's like a 250, but with a big engine in it.
For circuits like Crail and Rowra, it's trying to throw a 450 into a corner compared to the 350. I found it so much easier.
I've never rode Crail. Never been to Crail yet.
You're missing out.
Yeah, they all say it's a good track to go to.
Yeah, you're missing out. You'll have to get yourself up there.
Because it wasn't on this year, was it?
It wasn't. No, we went to Pembrey instead, down in Wales. There we go. So that was our round 5. Last lap for Dax Almond. He's coming up on a group of back markers here, and he lost about 5-6 seconds having that little tip off, but he's still leading this one, nice and steady away for his final race of the day. And nice and steady as he heads up the Bathmate step. Going past one of the Grangers, Matthew Granger. And it's looking quite bumpy through there now, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be getting really, really bumpy, but it's, I think with the braking bumps, as they're coming into that corner, just making it a little bit choppier.
Checkered flag goes out for Dax Almond. He takes the race win with a best lap of a 1:30.485, and the advantage across the line, as we wait and see, was 11.1 seconds. So I think that's
he pulled out more. It was 7.9, and obviously on that last lap he pulled another few seconds.
He did.
He's been tramping on. Did he still get the fastest lap?
Well, at the minute it's still showing the pit bike, but no, the 1:30 was the fastest lap. Yeah, his 1:30 on that one. His last lap was a 1:33, so he'd even eased off there. Tommy Sayer came across the line in second, with Farron Young taking third place on board his Goon Squad Beta. Then in fourth, it was a little way back to Jason Laycock, who was followed by Stephen Haig to round out our top 5. And then Lewis Cowper taken 6th. Dean Clark managed to pick himself back up and rejoin in 7th. Simon Billum got 8th. Philip Frigg in 9th. And Steve Smith in 10th place. So
that's their final race done. They'll be washing bikes now.
I think that must just be like a factory team thing. Mine used to just get chucked in awning. What were the spirits like down at the trip awning?
Yeah, they were buzzing, all of them. Yeah, they're all congratulating each other.
Oh,
there was a few pats on the back.
So we'll see.
Especially Jason for doing quite well as well.
He did do very well. It is our Race IQ British Supermoto Group B for their final race of the day, and you'll have your Trips rider in there, Chris Lambourne. We won't see Harvey Ward in this one.
He's gone up.
He's moved up. He had a very exciting second race. So that's our C group grid, that one. So that's not for this B group race. We'll wait and see if they've got a new grid for this one. Let's have a little look. As that one on screen isn't quite right. So, Supermoto Group B Race 2. Harvey Ward and Luke Armitage were first and second. They move up. It will be Craig Forshaw on pole again for this one, the number 58. And then alongside him will be Duncan Wright, Chris Lambourne on the front row with Simon Burgess.
Yeah.
Row 2, on screen there, we have the 63 of Kevin Crowthers, the Bathmate rider. Then it'll be Dan Billam on row 2, Jake Sayer and James Wood. Now, we've seen in 2 races now, people get hole shots from that 8th place position.
Yeah.
So we saw Luke Armitage do it, and we saw Chris Walker
Were
do
they
it.
on the inside or the outside?
The
at the start?
outside.
The outside,
So we'll have to keep an eye out on that one. Jake Sayer finished in 9th, so that will put him 7th on the grid. He'll be next to James Wood, Liam Pearson and Jamie Wrigglesworth. Then it was the 303 of Sean Rogerson. Dave Spafford, he finished 14th. Then we've got Michael Craig, Eddie Rushforth, Aid Dealey, he's in 7th, so a relatively new rider to the sport on board that Yamaha that's apparently very fast.
Yeah. I didn't realise Dave Spafford was riding today.
He had a little spill off earlier this morning.
Yeah.
But he's out there. Dan Spencer, Andy Hayes and Corey Leggett. So there we go. Wait for these riders to come round. So looking at the track, it's definitely taken a beating with all this rain that we've had, hasn't it? But I think, all things considered, the off-road we've used today has actually held up really well.
Yeah, really good. We're fortunate to have a screen in the trip zoning, and you can see it by every race. It's not really getting any worse, although the weather is.
I hope you've got the volume turned off. I don't want to be walking past and hearing my voice.
So who's your money on for this one then?
Oh.
Who do you think's going to hole shot?
Well, hole shot, if we're...
You're going from your
starting
outside?
from the outside would be Dan Billam, but I don't know what he's like off the line.
I think he'll be itching to get a good result in this final.
Let's have a little look. Simon Burgess, he's one to watch.
Yeah.
He's always putting on a good show. Can be a little bit loosey-goosey sometimes. Chris Lambourne, it'd be hard not to put your money on him, really. He's always nice and clean and consistent.
Yeah,
We've seen
Chris will
Duncan
be,
Wright have some good starts.
Here we go. So
My money's on Duncan for this start. That's my money. Look at it. It's like I had insider info.
yeah. You do well here, you know.
There we go. So that's the 111 of Duncan Wright taking the whole shot, but Craig Forshaw's not going to take that line down. Looking at the inside, Duncan Wright just cutting his nose off, and Lambourne trying to go around the outside.
He's rated to get a good result in this one.
There's that bright orange KTM of Liam Pearson in the mid-pack. So as they make their way up round towards Skid Row, hopefully they all make it through nice and cleanly. It's Duncan Wright that leads, but he's been kept honest by the 58 of Craig Forshaw on board his Automotive Solutions Honda. Up the Bathmate step up and then into the off-road section. Prof going for inside line there.
Yeah, and that's worked.
It has. It's definitely worked for him there. So he's come out in front of Forshaw, and then that looks like Dan Billam.
Yeah, is in 4th.
Yep, so Billam in 4th, and then that looks like Kev Crowthers, who's 2nd in that novice championship, just behind Dan there in 5th.
Jake Sayer in 7th.
Yeah, I think it's been a tough day for Jake. We've seen him have much better days and better results, so whether he's just not found some setup with that bike that's got him comfy or what, or maybe he just got off on the wrong foot this morning in qualifying, or I don't know. But Duncan Wright leads us, and it is the Prof 211 of Chris Lambourne there in 2nd, and then they come through the chicane, splashing through those puddles, and like you said, it doesn't settle the bike. Something rotten. So down towards this back straight, and it really is off camber, so trying to get the power down here, you don't want to get it down too hard and try and spin up the rear, or too little and lose the front.
So where was... is it Duncan, right? Is it Duncan, yeah?
Yeah, it's Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan. He's going the outside and Prof's gone the inside again, so is it going to work?
Oh,
Squeeze.
nearly. Oh, he just clipped a tyre, and that's put it in the way of Dan Billen there, so he did well to avoid that one. Luckily, that's been pushed up to the side, so out of the way. So, just watching our timing screen, that fastest lap, Purple was dropping down, so it was right, then it was Lambourne, and then it settled on Billen with a 1:28.677 on that last lap. So Duncan doing well to get that.
Both Dan and Prof are going to be wanting to do really well in this final. Yeah, they've closed right up, and I would think it'd be quite interesting when they get to the dirt, because the three of them seem to be quite
evenly matched.
Yeah, evenly, outside, inside.
Yeah, just what we like to see.
Close around this corner, then probably. I don't think he's quite close enough.
Oh, the three of them there, though, with Craig Forshaw down to fourth. Yeah. Forshaw looking around that outside line again. He seemed to like that move before, didn't he? So going outside to try and get the inside onto the dirt.
I just don't think he's quite close enough now, he isn't.
No, he's not close enough to make a pass there, but he is able to stay out in front of Billen.
A bit more tidier than the last lap.
Yeah, and then out on to the start finish. So Forshaw now coming under threat from the 63 of Kevin Crowther's there on that Bathmate KTM. So he needs to be wary. Crowther's sitting really quite far forward on that seat, but keeping the feet on the pegs. Quite a distinct riding style.
He's a big chap as well, isn't he?
He is. Why? Yeah.
Keeping the weight over the front.
Which, in the wet, yeah, you need to make sure you've got confidence in that front tyre. Dan Billen looking like he's getting racy here with Prof.
Yeah, Duncan's just got a bit of an edge around that. These few corners before the dirt section now.
He has, and
Jake Stayers down to back down to 8th. Woody 7th.
Yeah.
And my friend Spafford in 9th.
Both Wright and Billen are down into the 128s. Lambourne just on a 129.001.
This time.
Yeah. And is he out in front?
There we go.
There we go. That was a nice pass. So it was a nice pass for the lead for the 2-1-1 of Chris Lambourne, opting for that alternative line there through the off-road, and it really suited him, and it shows how evenly matched they are. Yeah. We've seen passes both on the inside and the outside line this weekend, so that's what we like. Is Dan Billen going to be able to try and have a sneak up round the outside? He's having a look. Oh, that's A. Dealey looking like he's an incident in the off-road, the 555. So he's tumbled down our order. He was sitting in 15th place on that one. We've had a few riders change.
Is that TM? What Duncan's on it is, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah,
it almost looks like an Enduro headlight, doesn't it? But it's not. It's
like a vent
to get air in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a vent through the front number board. I see what you mean. Forshaw still there or thereabouts. Billen looking round the outside, but Duncan not giving him an inch. And then down into Skid Row. Billen looking really confident in the tarmac, isn't he? Let's see if he's able to manhandle that 450 through the
goes on the inside.
Yep, he has. He's gone for the inside. Is this going to be enough to try and make a pass?
Exactly the same as what Chris did,
Yeah, now if you're Duncan, you need to start thinking, right, there's something I need to change here.
Like, go to the inside.
I try the inside.
It's easy to say when you're watching it, but when you're doing it, when you're actually on track, like you go out in qualifying and you need to try all these different lines, but sometimes you come back and they go, "Did you try them?" No, I didn't. I forgot.
Oh, no, I got scared of that one. It looked a bit scary, so I didn't bother. Or is that just me? Well, round South Bank they go. Chris Lambourne still leads, but I don't think Dan Billen's going to have this.
No, he's not finished.
No. Oh. Just able to get it stopped there.
Not very often you see Prof looking behind. He had a quick look then.
So, down through the splash chicanes.
So do you think Dan's going to go outside this time?
I don't know. I think he'll wait and see what Prof does. I think he'll wait to see.
Prof will definitely go inside.
He's not able to get in.
Dan's going to use his head and try and go on the outside. I'm sure he is.
We've had a pass there for third, so Craig Forshaw's found a way through on right. He has gone to the outside as Dan.
Yeah, nearly, but not.
Yeah, not quite close enough on that lap. So that's Forshaw up to third place, which I think that sort of sums up his day, really.
Yes.
He got demoted down to third in that last one on the pretty much the last corner, and just not been able to find a way through to that A group, fortunately. But these guys have got 2 laps to go. Dan Billen looking really racy around South Bank. Is he able to make a bit of a cutback here? Oh, that's one of the Bassmate riders. That looks like James Wood.
Yeah. Hey, here we go.
Oh, Billen's up the inside. Is Prof going to try go around the outside? He's not left him enough room. That was a good pass there.
So I suggest Dan's going to go inside now on the dirt.
See, you're getting it now, aren't you?
Well.
You're getting it. Oh, Forshaw up the inside of Lambourne. So Chris has gone from first to third in 1 lap. So whether we're having some issues, I know a few riders have reported vision issues, or if Forshaw's just forced the issue there. So Chris has actually gone to the outside on that last lap. Well, you were right. Dan went to the inside along with Forshaw, and then there's Duncan Wright in 4th. So
a lot of them are using these, excuse me, these armour vision, which is like a
film.
Yeah, a film what fits over the lens and it propels the water.
Yeah. I have seen those. So its last lap flag is out now. Fastest lap was on that last one for Craig Forshaw with a 1:27.2. We also had a personal best lap for Dan Billen with a 1:27.3. So both these riders now really putting the hammer down in the closing stages of this Race IQ B group, race 3. And we'll see, has Forshaw got anything else up his sleeve to be able to try and find a way through on the number 59?
I don't think so.
So there they are, coming round that far end of the circuit. Off-road. Forshaw's definitely closer than he was on the previous lap, so we'll see if he does take the opposite line. He hasn't. They both opted for the inside, and I think he's sort of settling for second there. So we had no last minute dives. Chris Lambourne there in 3rd. Oh wait, so going down the start-finish straight, the number 59, Dan Billen, takes the race win from Craig Forshaw with a new fastest lap time. Well, there was
26.8, yeah.
Yeah, 26.6. 26.6.
Oh, sorry, 26.
26.632 on that last lap. And he actually crossed the line almost 2 seconds in front of Craig Forshaw, which I don't really think tells the story of that race. Chris Lambourne, he got mugged off there on one lap, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, just towards the end there,
Yeah, we had a
like you say, it could have been vision.
potentially. We had a good wheelie across the line there from Sean Rogerson on the 303. Liam Pearson finished in 10th. So a top 10 finish in a B group for Liam Pearson.
Yeah.
Good ride from him. So just to round out our top 10, it was Dan Billham, Craig Forshaw, Chris Lambourne in 3rd, Duncan Wright, Kevin Crowthers, Simon Burgess, Dave Spafford in 7th, Jake Sayer 8th, Sean Rogerson 9th, and Liam Pearson in 10th. So we got a few more riders come across the line. That last rider you saw there was Ian Rogerson, the number 162. And that was John Oakes. I almost forgot John Oakes.
Oh, John Oakes, yeah, we were going to say we didn't mention John, did we?
No.
Because he won the C race, didn't he? And then he got
did.
moved up. So where did he actually finish?
He finished 18th in front of James Wood after his tumble off. So I think that's a very respectable ride for Jono there.
Oh, those bikes look clean.
Oh, they've done such a good job, haven't they?
Wonder who's cleaned all those bikes.
So next up, it is our British Supermoto A Group, sponsored by Trips UK, and I think it's going to be Trips UK Team Boss on pole, from what I've heard.
I've just, incidentally, Alex Mulaney's leathers and his bike, just gave them a quick wash off as well. He says, I said, you're going to be wet through. He said, well, I'm wet through anyway, so I've just jet washed it. His complete leathers off.
But with him still in them?
Yeah, with him still in them, yeah.
Been there, done that. Yeah. Oh, doing up each other's beats. That's nice of them. Just. Oh dear.
So who is on pole? Did you say?
So it will be who finished 8th, which was the 155 of Chris Walker.
Yeah.
So front row will be Chris Walker, Richard Sharp, Richard Blakeman, and Lee Williams.
That picture of Harley, how young does he look there?
I think that was only maybe the start of the year.
I'm going to say that was that was in his dad's leathers about
he's
5 years ago.
Row 2, we will have Chris Hodgson, Harley Sharp, Alex Mulaney, and Ryan Kringle. But I think Ryan will be on the outside, which is where we've seen the whole shot.
Yeah, here we go, yeah.
So I'm sure he will try and put the cat amongst the pigeons, shall we say? We'll keep an eye out on him.
They're on about Harley Sharp. I think he's joined the gym. They use him to lift the bikes on the stands because the stands are so high. Somebody old like me, you pull that many muscles, so Harley comes along and just flicks them straight back on.
Oh, there's the 110 of Christopher Eastwood. So Chris finished that last one in 12th.
12th, yeah.
Just behind fellow honorary Scotsman, Oliver Holmes. So originally from over there in Jersey, but he now lives up in Scotland. And like I said, he did really well at the Scottish Supermoto round that was held there last weekend, beating number 7 Jamie Duncan. So he was in 9th after his tumble in race 2 off the start. So he just had nowhere to go really when Chris Walker came round, did he?
It's happened so quick. Apparently Chris Walker and Sharpie crashed at the same time, didn't they? We were missing them. I got a bit confused with that.
We saw Richard's crash, but we didn't quite see Chris Walker's, but we watched them both tumble down the order.
I got a little bit confused. There's that many bloody Trips bikes.
I know, they're just everywhere.
Of course, Harley's in this one as well.
Yeah. So, we're just watching.
Which I assume would sound terrible.
So, this is their warm-up lap as they come round. This is their last opportunity to have a look at these track conditions and maybe think, oh, can I try that line? Can I try this line? The riders in this class, they're not afraid to try different things and basically just throw the bike wherever they want it, are they?
Exactly, yeah. So what are these lap times at this front of these guys?
It was a 121.4 from Alex that was the fastest lap in race 2. So Alex Mulaney, the youngster from Moseley, he was fastest, and chatting to him on the podium, I don't know if you heard, he said he thought he could win that one, but he just couldn't see.
Yeah, vision again, yeah. I think a lot of them are suffering from that.
Yeah, there's Chris on board that TM Leeds TSV TM. Leaning that over, just trying to get some oil onto the clutch. There's
Incidentally, is there one of the only guys in the paddock who've got 3 bikes with the same number on?
3.
3 bikes. They were at Oliver's Mount anyway.
So, as they get ready, they are away. And it's a good start from Chris Walker again. A flyer, so it looks like it's Walker there that got the whole shot from pole. And he's basically sending them all in a queue behind him. Who's that? That's Richard Sharp there, just in front of Harley. Oh, I thought he was. I thought he was going to collect someone there.
Yeah, and it could have been Harley.
Could have been. I thought it was either Harley or Willow on that one, but he managed to get away with it. Ooh. Just outbraked himself. That's promoted Harley up to second place, though. So down towards the top end, and it's still Walker just managing to get that Trips UK KTM stood up there, and then hugging that inside curve, and then not quite as wide as we've seen to square it off to head up the step up. So Ryan Kringle looks like he's up to third place, and it's Lee Williams. We've got Chris Hodgson there. He's just behind Willow as he files through.
So Ryan made the outside line work just as good as the inside.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there. Just getting caught up under himself. Then it's Willow. We've got Hodgson, Mulaney. Then I think that is Blakeman there. And Duncan. So both fat and fast riders sat in 7th and 8th. Then it's Eastwood up to 9th. Richard Sharp, he's slotted in there in 10th.
Yes. Peter Bennett in the 11th.
Yeah, Peter Bennett in 11th, so he had a little off earlier. He's done well, so he's been promoted up from the B group in race 1, so to be mid-pack in the A's.
Ooh.
Harley looking to the inside. Chris Walker's not going to make it easy for him coming through. So as they head through, Kringle all over the back.
Definitely getting worse, that puddle.
I think that might be due to all the rain we've still got coming down. Yeah, so Walker, then it's Harley Sharp, Ryan Kringle there in 3rd place. Lee Williams, is he still in 4th? There he is.
He's still there.
Lee Williams.
In 5th.
Yeah, Hodgson's still in 5th place.
Oh, so Lee's gone for the inside line.
He has. Front 3 opted for the outside. And it doesn't seem to have worked.
Getting a little bit impatient. I think he wants to try and get past us. Harley, but Harley's... Here we go. No.
Oh, not enough room there for Kringle. Fastest lap, though, went to the number 7 of Jamie Duncan on that last lap. Yeah, doing a 1:23.9. So we're still a little bit of a way off the fastest lap of race 2 at the minute, but I
think we're going to see a pass any second now from Ryan on Harley, whether it be in the dirt or somewhere on the tarmac.
Harley's doing everything right for the time being. He's focusing on 100%. The rider in front. He just needs to try and keep a toe with Walker.
This is just edged slightly away, hasn't he? That puddle there is frightening.
It is. It is frightening. So, round Harley still managing to keep that Trips UK KTM out in front of Kringle and into the off-road. So, Kringle, he's going to the inside.
Oh,
how he stays on, I will never know.
That probably a tiny little bit of a error there caused him the...
He did, he carried so much speed into the berm, but just how he stays on.
Oh, he's just gapped in again.
Yeah, so a mistake from Kringle. Doesn't allow in...
Alex just popped up there with the fastest lap.
He does.
He's 22.
Yeah, he's currently there battling with Lee Williams, and he's found a way through on Chris Hodgson, which again, that's no mean feat out there today.
Good pass there. Did you see that one?
Lovely pass. And I think he's happy with that. I think we got a little nod of the head, like he's chuffed with that himself. So yeah, lovely pass there from the 100 of Alex Mulaney. Hopefully he's got those vision issues sorted, and he'll now be chasing down Ryan Kringle. So, what can he do from 4th place? Certainly splashed.
Lee Williams was a good road racer. I mean, he obviously still is, but I mean, he spent a few years road racing in the super stocks.
Yeah, he did.
And Alex trying his career out at road racing.
Yeah,
so he's just taught Lee a little lesson.
So it was Harley there that opted for the inside. So we had Walker outside, Kringle outside, Harley inside. Just a bit of a slide there, trying to get the power down. Did speak to Richard Blakeman in the break. His tumble earlier was caused by him clipping the curb, which is what unsettled the bike. So that's why he went and did some roly-polies in the grass. Oh, Kringle looking, is there a room up the inside?
So will Alex go up the inside of this corner now? Don't think there's room.
No, they're hugging that inside curve, and he's not quite got enough to try and go around the outside. So it's a 4-rider battle really for the lead here, isn't it? And then you've got a small break back to Willow and Hodgson, and then it's Jamie Duncan, Richard Blakeman, Richard Sharp and Chris Eastwood rounding out the top 10. That was a pass there. So is that a mistake from Walker?
What?
He's looking down at that bike. Yeah, so Walker is looking down at that Trips UK KTM, and that's allowed Harley Sharp and Kringle through. Oh, a big moment there from Harley Sharp spinning up the rear. Is he able to keep it together? He is. So Kringle opting for the outside line. So all 4 of our front 4 riders. So Walker's now down into 4th behind Mulaney. So whether he's missed a gear or what's happened there, he's definitely got into some trouble. So with 5 laps remaining, it will now be 4 as they come across the line. Oh, yeah. A lovely pass there from Ryan Kringle to take the lead as they cross the line, and that is from the 817 of Harley Sharp. Now, is there anything Harley can do to retaliate as they head towards South Bank through this infield section? Or is Ryan Kringle now going to pull the pin and try and extend the lead? Harley Sharp.
Nice and tight around there.
Is, and then it's Alex Mulaney. Is Alex able to find a way through on Harley to try and take the fight to Kringle?
Wow.
Oh, a great pass there from Mulaney, going outside to inside. That's the pass we saw Chris Lambourne do as well. Bit of a twitch there from Mulaney, but like he said on the podium, he thought he could take the fight to Kringle and he thought he could beat him, and he's going to have a go at trying to do that now.
4 laps to go, yeah.
So between our top 8, 3.5 seconds covers them. So between 1st and 8th, it's 3.5 seconds, and you'll see them as they come into the off-road. It'll be like a train, a procession of riders, and it's being led by this man here, the 121 of Ryan Kringle. Then it's Mulaney, Sharp, Walker there in 4th place. Then we have Willow, Hodgson. Then that is
Jamie.
Blakeman has found a way through, fast on Duncan.
So Jason Slater, he should have been in this race, shouldn't he?
Yeah, Jason Slater's currently showing as in 19th in this one, so my suspicion is his last lap he did a 1:36, so he may have had an issue.
Him on the line at all.
It looks like Richard Sharp's also had an issue on that last lap doing a 1:43, so he's currently sat in 13th. He's not in the mix here in this
and you think
race.
Chris Hodgson is settling for the 6th place in the points?
Yeah, Chris Hodgson I think has settled for this one. We haven't seen him put up much of a fight all day really, have we? But he's an 18 times British champion. He knows when to ride with his head. There's the 42 of Oliver Holmes, so he's got Harvey Ward behind him. That is down in 16th, so whether Oliver's had an issue as well in this one, as he was in sort of the top 10 earlier on today.
Paul Groom's 5 seconds in front of him.
There's our leading group. Kringle, Mulaney, then that's Sharp and Walker. So Mulaney said he thought he could take Kringle on. Is he able to show that? Being fast enough is one thing, but finding a way through is another. So on that last lap, He did a 1:22.7. He's currently got the fastest lap with a 1:22.4. So he's definitely got the pace, but it's just whether he can try and find a way through on Kringle. So we'll watch him now as they come out of South Bank, hard on the brakes and almost backing it in, really. Alex not able to sort of show a wheel there, and not quite close enough. And they've broken
seem
away.
to slow him down at all, does it? The big massive puddles anywhere. You've got to be brave.
It does. Harvey Ward's found a way through on the fastest pizza delivery boy in the paddock, Oliver Holmes.
I saw that. I saw him with the boxes of pizzas.
You have to try them. They're absolutely delightful. They'll ruin normal pizza for you.
I've been asking Richard Blakeman for some pizzas for a long time. I've still not had one yet. He likes to eat them all.
He's got to find traction somehow.
Whoops.
So as they come across the line, it is the last lap flag is out. Kringle still leads, and it was a 0.7 second gap back to Mullany as they crossed the line, but that's not what we can see here on screen. Alex really closing in on him as they head towards South Bank.
Jamie Duncan with a fast lap there.
He has. So Jamie Duncan with a 1:21.946. So I think it just goes to show all these riders in this group all have what it takes to be at the front. It's just sort of opportunity and the starts that can really decide it here. Well, Kringle has done everything sort of on the money this weekend so far, with his great passes. That's Kyle Eccleston and Darrell Pennington battling in the infield there. So that's the 255 and the 666. Then you've got Dean Hillier as well. So that's the battle for 12th place there, going on around South Bank. And then
Paul,
Alex
15.
in a little wobble there at that top section on the berm, but able to keep it together on his Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. And it's still Harley Sharp there that holds third. But as they come down the start-finish straight, it is Kringle that takes the win from Alex Mullany and Harley Sharp in third. Chris Walker in fourth place. Then Lee Williams... oh no, it's not. It's Lee Williams in fourth. It looks like we've lost Chris Walker. He's there just coming across the line. So Willow in fourth, Duncan fifth, Blakeman in 6th and Eastwood in 7th. Chris Walker does come across the line in 8th. So that's a real shame there for Chris Walker. But I will try and nip outside and grab a few words with our top 3. the rider's arms. We'll squeeze in here. So we'll get a quick word with you. Not giving you any chance, are we? So again, another really well deserved third there. Alex kept the pressure on you and you did a good pass, but you managed to keep team boss Chris Walker behind you, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. Me and Mushy went at first and I think Mushy just called the gears down at straights and managed to get around him and got into lead and I was making loads of mistakes. I think my head just went not used to it at the front, but yeah, and Kringle did some good pass on me and Alex got around me as well, but struggling. We could just stop working halfway through the race, so. But yeah, overall happy. Never done a back-to-back podium, so.
Yeah, I think
definitely improving.
It looks like Trips UK have got a new number one rider after this weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm my dad's head now, so yeah, coming now. Yeah, very happy.
Lovely. So we will nip around and grab a word with Alex. So Alex, a really hard fought second.
Juniors on the podium again. There's a lack of senior riders on this podium.
Oh, can I just squeeze through? Thank you. Alex, you said you wanted to take the fight to Ryan Kringle in that one, and I think you did. You just weren't able to find a way through, but you had the pace, definitely.
No, I definitely had the pace. I actually started in the wrong grid position, but hey, no, I just knew I had to pick them off. I knew what it was going to be before the race started, so managed it, got it all done, and were nice and smooth. Definitely had the pace to stay with him, but for what it was worth trying to pass. So well done to Ryan, especially well done to Ali. It's nice having your mate up here with you, and it gives us a lot of confidence going to Czech Republic. But I'd like to say a massive thank you to TKB Racing, Automotive, H. Mulaney's and Northwest Vehicle Security. So thanks to everyone involved, thanks to Phil, everyone, it means a lot.
A little bit of a mouthful there, but I think that's all well deserved. It was a great race to watch, and 3 out of 3, you've got the hat-trick, got the hat-trick on that one. We'll just wait for these Academy riders to get on their way, but another fab race, and they made you work for that one.
Yeah, obviously I knew before we started that one was going to be a bit more difficult coming from where we were on the grid, but honestly, everyone was fast then. It was not easy to make a move. It's when everyone's at that speed, it's very one line, it's so hard to make a pass, and I tried the alternative lines in the dirt and it just wasn't. It's too much risk for reward for that, so I just had to be the sheep, follow them through like a sheep. So no, it was good. I'm happy with that. It was a good day. 3 out of 3. It's something obviously I've wanted to do all year, but I've struggled to. But yeah, it's just big up to Cal Dog back at home there. He's watching the live stream. He loves it, and the boys up in Scotland doing the Celtic match races. The islands over there where they all come together. So having a good laugh up there. I'm down here in the rain.
Yeah, you brought the weather with you by the sounds of things. But I feel like this is a bit of a redemption for you. It's the last round you can do this season, but you've managed to go out there and sort of show what you can do. Does that set you up for next season?
Yeah, obviously can't run before we can walk here. It's wet and we need to do this in the dry conditions as well, not just the wet. But next year, yeah, we've got a good base here now, so hopefully we can hit the ground running a bit more. And obviously last time I visited here, I left here with 3 broken vertebrae, and to come back and do what I've done, sort of put it to bed a bit for me as well, and I'm happy. And then I think tomorrow's going to be dry, so hopefully go with that and see what we've got tomorrow in the dry.
So that is our final interview for our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship A Group riders here at Teesside for round 7 and the penultimate round of the British Supermoto Championship. We are going to wrap it up here just due to the weather conditions, but we will be back with the final round of the Trips UK British Supermoto Championship held at Cadwell later next month. Thank you for watching today, and if you do want to catch up on any more of the racing, make sure you are following us on the social media, so that's Instagram, Facebook and TNL Sports over on YouTube. We'll see you then.